The old world will not end with a roar, but with a slow cracking. Ice splits at the edges. Fire licks the sky. The Old Norse called it Ragnarok. They spoke of frost giants, world serpents, and a wolf that swallows the sun. But what if they weren't telling a myth? What if they were warning us? The sagas spoke of Fimbulwinter, 3 long winters without a summer in between. The sun would vanish, crops would fail, people would fight over food, then the gods would fall. In today's words, that's climate collapse. But the Norse didn't have that language. They lived in a world that watched nature with respect and fear. They knew weather could kill. A missed harvest meant death. They told stories to pass the warnings down. Fire and ice fight at the edges of our world now. The Arctic melts while wildfires burn through forests once too damp to catch flame. Glaciers retreat like armies in a losing war. The ground beneath them, once locked in ice, gives way. Permafrost thaws and wakes up the dead. Gases long buried rise into the air. Methane, carbon dioxide, the kind of breath that warms the sky. But it isn't just far-off ice that breaks. In cities, the sun cooks pavement. Asphalt softens like wax. Power grids fail as everyone runs their fans and air conditioners. Fires spark on hillsides and sweep into suburbs. A single spark off a wire, a careless cigarette, a dry lightning strike can take homes and lives in minutes. The Norse imagined Surt, a fire giant with a flaming sword, leading the charge against the gods. He comes from Muspelheim, the land of heat and flame. In old tales, his sword burns the sky. In our world, fire rises in smoke columns thousands of feet high. Smoke blankets cities. Children wear masks to school. The sun becomes a red eye behind the haze. We could call that myth, or we could call it prophecy. Ice plays its part too. Greenland's melt isn't slow anymore. It pours. It adds weight to the oceans. Sea levels rise inch by inch, year by year. That doesn't sound like much, but an inch is all it takes to flood low-lying homes during storms. Storm surges come stronger now. Warmer oceans fuel them. Like Jormungandr, the world's serpent, they circle back on us. High winds, rain that falls sideways, streets that become rivers. The climate doesn't swing in slow arcs now, it snaps. In the sagas, Loki breaks free from his chains. He leads monsters to battle. His children join him. The wolf Fenrir, the serpent Jormungandr. The sky cracks, the earth shakes, volcanoes explode. That part needs no stretch. In Iceland, the ground still shifts. Magma moves under the surface. The land tears apart, spills fire. It's the most literal version of the story, but the rest of the world has its own versions. Earthquakes hit places that never planned for them. Droughts crack open farmland. Food chains collapse from the bottom up. We don't need gods to explain it. We need only chemistry, physics, and time. But the sagas weren't trying to explain. They were trying to prepare. Imagine a village. It sits near the edge of a glacier. It always has. The people there build their lives on cold, they hunt on ice, they fish in the meltwater streams. But now the glacier pulls back each year. What used to be a wall of ice is now a gray cliff. The streams dry up in summer. Fish no longer come. Some leave, some stay and dig deeper wells. Some turn to machines to do the work the glacier once did for free. Now imagine another place, a city on a river delta. It once thrived off trade. Ships came and went. The river brought life. But the sea pushes back now. Salt water creeps into the soil. Crops don't grow the same. Flood barriers grow higher. Every storm tests them. Some fail. The people there don't speak of Ragnarok. They speak of rising costs. Insurance drops them. Their banks call their homes stranded assets. The words change, but the meaning doesn't. In Norse tales, the gods know Ragnarok will come. They don't try to stop it. They prepare to face it. Odin gathers the dead. Heimdall watches the horizon. Thor sharpens his hammer. They don't win, they fall, but they fight anyway. That was the lesson. We don't face frost giants. We face policies that ignore risk. We face industries that double down on damage. We face heat, hunger, and the weight of centuries of fuel burned in the name of growth. Some say it's too late. That collapse is already written. That may be true, but myths didn't tell us to give up. They told us to get ready. When the Norse wrote of the end, they didn't only see death. After fire and ice, after the wolf eats the sun, a new world rises. The earth lifts again from the sea. Survivors find each other. The sun returns. Crops grow. A green field where Asgard once stood. That part of the story was quiet, almost an afterthought. But maybe it was the most important piece. To reach it, they first had to walk through fire. We're already in it. The question is who we choose to be now. The ones who ignore the warning signs and build higher walls, or the ones who learn how to live with the storm? The ones who light the match, or the ones who carry water? Ragnarok isn't about a single moment. It's about a chain of choices. The Norse knew that. They knew that even gods couldn't stop the end, but they could meet it with open eyes. So can we. In the year 999, many looked to the sky and waited. They heard the priests speak of judgment. They saw signs in the stars. They watched crops fail, winters bite, and the poor die on the roadside. These things had always happened, but now they seemed sharper, heavier. People said the year 1000 would bring the end. Christ would return. The dead would rise. The world would burn. This wasn't a mass panic. There were no great crowds screaming in the streets, but fear lived in daily life. It sat at the edge of every sermon, every prayer, every illness that took a child too soon. Most people could not read, but they listened. They knew the words of the book of Revelation. A beast would rise from the sea. Fire would fall from the sky. The sun would go dark. Christ would judge all souls, living and dead. Clergy watched the calendar. Monks kept time by the birth of Christ. That marked the beginning of the Christian age. The number 1000 mattered. In Scripture, the number stood for completeness, for judgment. One verse from the book of Revelation said Christ would reign for 1,000 years. Another spoke of Satan being bound for that same period, only to be released afterward for a time of chaos and war. People put these pieces together. It seemed simple. 1,000 years of Christ's reign, then judgment. They looked around and saw reason to believe it. The Viking raids had grown worse. Churches burned, monasteries were looted, ships came from the north like locusts. In the east, new enemies rose, peoples with strange languages, different gods, or none at all. Closer to home, lords taxed their subjects into ruin. Plague broke out in towns. Strange lights filled the sky. An eclipse in 994 made the sun vanish at midday. These things fed old fears. Not everyone believed. Some wrote against the idea. Monks in southern France and Germany recorded no panic. One famous scholar, Abbey of Fleury, wrote that Christ had said, "No one knows the day or the hour." But others kept quiet. Uncertainty crept in. Better to be ready. Imagine a farmer in the countryside near Paris. He doesn't own the land he works. The Lord takes a share of his harvest each year. The church takes another. He gives what he can, hoping it's enough. In the winter of 999, he loses a son to fever. He buries him in cold soil. At church, the priest says to pray for mercy. He speaks of the judgment coming soon. The farmer does not ask questions. He kneels and prays. In towns, merchants notice the change too. Some people give away their goods, some donate to the church. Others become quiet, slow to spend, slow to plan. Why build a house if the world ends next year? Why plant an orchard if Christ returns in the fall? The market thins, trade slows. Some merchants turn toward the church for protection. Others leave town. Wealthy landowners start to think differently too. Some donate land to monasteries. Some free their serfs. They want to be remembered well in case the time has come. A charter from 1000 records account giving part of his land to a nearby abbey. Not in fear, he says, but in piety. But the timing says otherwise. Not all donations were quiet. Some made them public. They wanted to be seen giving. They wanted witnesses. These were not just spiritual acts. They were bets on eternity. If Christ did come, they wanted a record of their virtue. Monasteries grew stronger in this time. They received gifts, land, animals, grain, even people. A noble might give a child to be raised as a monk, not just for education, but as an offering. The monks wrote these gifts down. They copied the charters into thick books. These books survive. They show how people prepared for the end, even when they didn't say it outright. Still, there was no single moment when it all peaked. No great bell rang out on New Year's Eve in 999 to call everyone to repentance. Most people had no clocks. They didn't count years the way we do. In some places, the year 1000 passed with no notice. In others, the change felt sharp. A sense of waiting broke like a fever. The sun still rose, the dead stayed buried. After the year turned, the fear did not vanish. Some said they got the date wrong. Others looked ahead to 1033, the 1000th year since the death of Christ, not his birth. That year brought new worries. In Jerusalem, some Christians believed they would witness the final days. Pilgrims traveled to the city. Some sought to die there. Others came to see the place where the last trumpet might sound. In Europe, fear simmered again. War broke out between kingdoms. A comet passed across the sky. Famine struck parts of France. These were common enough events, but in a world so shaped by religion, they carried extra weight. It's easy now to look back and dismiss the fears, but that misses the point. These people didn't expect an end like a sudden fireball or explosion. They expected judgment, a slow uncovering of truth, a weighing of souls, and they shaped their world to prepare for it. They gave away wealth, they freed slaves, they changed laws, they turned toward the church. In many ways, the fear of the apocalypse made them act better. Some historians say the peace movement that followed, the peace of God and truce of God declarations, came in part from these fears. Bishops and abbots called for an end to violence among Christians. They banned attacks on clergy, peasants, and markets. They made holy days free of bloodshed. These ideas didn't always work, but they spread. Others built more churches. Towns grew around them. Monasteries became centers of life and order. The old fears gave way to new plans. But that change didn't happen overnight. It came like a thaw, slow, uneven, quiet. The world didn't end in the year 1000, but the fear of it changed how people lived. It shaped choices that echoed through centuries. And that fear came not from madness, but from belief. From a deep sense that time mattered, that actions would be judged, that something greater waited just beyond the horizon. The old story went like this. Before the world ends, a Christian emperor would rise. He would come from the people, not through war or conquest, but through providence. He would gather the fractured kingdoms under one banner. He would defeat enemies both within and beyond Christendom. He would push back evil, reclaim lost land, and bring peace. But his power would not last forever. At the end, he would walk to Jerusalem, kneel, and lay his crown on the altar. Then he would vanish, and soon after, the Antichrist would appear. This was the prophecy of the last emperor. It came from visions, sermons, and old writings passed from one scribe to another. It was never official doctrine, but many believed it. Monks copied it into their books. Preachers spoke of it when times turned hard. Emperors and kings heard it and wondered if they were the one. It was not born all at once. Parts of it showed up in the 4th century, not long after Rome turned Christian. As the empire faded in the West, people feared what would come next. They needed order. The prophecy gave them a figure who could hold back chaos. One last ruler. One last chance. By the time of the early Middle Ages, the prophecy had taken shape. It spread through Latin and Greek texts. Some came from a vision known as the Apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius. Others came from the Sibylline oracles or the writings of church fathers. But no matter the source, the message stayed the same. The world would not end in disorder. First, it would pass through the hands of one man chosen by God. Imagine a monk in a cold cell in northern Europe. He copies a worn manuscript by candlelight. The wind howls outside. His abbey has been raided before. The nearby town lies in ruins. He reads the prophecy again, this vision of a holy emperor who will bring peace, who will make the world safe for the faith one last time. The monk writes it down carefully. He does not know if he believes it, but he knows it brings comfort, and so he preserves it. The prophecy had its moments. During the reign of Charlemagne, some thought he might be the one. He had united much of Europe, defended the church, and brought scholars to his court. In 800, the Pope crowned him emperor in Rome. The timing felt right. He fought wars against non-Christians. He brought law to broken lands. He held councils like the emperors of old. But Charlemagne died. His empire broke apart. The world did not end. Still, the idea stayed. Later rulers measured themselves against it. Otto I, crowned in the 10th century, restored order in Germany and Italy. Some saw him in the same light. He held the title of emperor, and he placed bishops in positions of power. But he too passed, and the world continued. The prophecy remained useful even when not fulfilled. It gave meaning to struggle. It offered hope in times of war. During the Crusades, the idea flared again. Knights rode east to reclaim Jerusalem. Kings claimed they fought for God. Preachers said the time was near. Maybe one of these rulers would be the last emperor. Maybe the march to the Holy Land would end in that final act. One crown laid down, one age closed. But each campaign brought disappointment. The city was won, then lost. Armies died in the desert. The empire of the East, Byzantium, grew weaker. And yet, the story stayed alive. It changed shape, but the core held. A great ruler would come. Not just a warrior, but a Christian king who ruled with justice. He would bring back order, protect the faithful, and give the world one last breath of peace before the end. In times of plague or famine, people spoke of him again. When the Black Death came in the 14th century and carried off millions, the streets filled with fear. Clergy died in numbers. Families vanished overnight. The end felt close. The last emperor could not be far behind. In France, Germany, and Italy, new pamphlets and sermons repeated the prophecy. Writers added new details. Some said he would come from the east, others said from the west. Some placed him in the bloodline of old kings. Some said he had already been born in secret and waited for the sign to rise. The prophecy shaped not just belief, but politics. Rulers tried to match its vision. They built churches. They fought wars under the sign of the cross. Some took the crown from the Pope's hand, just as the prophecy described. They saw themselves as guardians of Christendom. But each one died, and the Antichrist did not come. The Ottomans took Constantinople in 1453. For many Christians, this was another sign. The seat of the Eastern Roman Empire was gone. It had stood for 1,000 years. Now the crescent flag flew over Hagia Sophia. Again, the prophecy gained new power. People said the last emperor must come soon. Only a ruler sent by God could reclaim the city. Only he could stand against the final evil. Yet history moved on. The world changed. Reformations broke the unity of the church. New kingdoms rose. Exploration brought new continents into view. Still, the story lingered. Even in the 19th and 20th centuries, some spoke of it in whispers. Some placed it in the future. Others saw it as allegory. But the shape of it, one ruler, one last act of peace, one final surrender, remained fixed. It was never about dates. It was about order. The prophecy gave a pattern to the chaos of history. It made the end seem less wild. It said there would be one last stand for good, that before the world burned, it would kneel. In quiet chapels and crowded cathedrals, the image stayed alive. The last emperor, walking up the steps of a holy temple, placing his crown on stone, not to hold power, but to give it away, then stepping back into silence as the world turns toward its final days. In the final year of the first millennium, a man named Gerbert of Aurillac sat on the throne of St. Peter. He was known as Pope Sylvester II. He had once been a monk, a teacher, and a scholar of strange instruments and distant knowledge. Now he wore white robes and carried the weight of the Christian world. Around him, in cities and villages across Europe, fear stirred. The year 999 had arrived, and many believed it would be the last. Pope Sylvester knew the stories. He had read the book of Revelation. He had seen the numbers. 1,000 years since the birth of Christ, 1,000 years of grace, then judgment. The church had taught that no man could know the hour or the day, but still people watched the sky. They looked for signs, and they watched him. Before he became pope, Gerbert had studied in Spain, where Christian lands bordered Muslim kingdoms. He learned from Arabic texts. He studied math, astronomy, and tools that few in the Latin West understood. He built machines, astrolabes, armillary spheres, things with gears and wheels that measured time and tracked the stars. To some, these were wonders. To others, they were dark. People called them clocks, though they had no faces or hands like those we know now. They marked the movement of the heavens. They tried to grasp time. As Pope, Sylvester brought that knowledge with him. He did not hide it. He believed reason and faith could live side by side. But not everyone agreed. As the year 1000 neared, his learning made people uneasy. Some said he used forbidden arts. Some whispered he had sold his soul for knowledge. When the end of the world seemed close, such whispers grew louder. Imagine a small church in the countryside. A priest stands before his flock on the first Sunday of Advent, 999. His voice shakes. He has heard rumors from Rome. They say even the Holy Father watches the stars with concern. The priest repeats what he has heard. The 1,000 years are up. The time of peace is ending. Christ will return. The people listen. Some fall to their knees. Some confess their sins. A few leave their homes behind and walk toward holy places, hoping to be nearer to God when the trumpet sounds. In cities, the fear takes other shapes. Some give away property. Others fast and pray. Merchants slow their trade. Builders pause their work. Why make plans if the world is ending? In some regions, the fields go untended as the calendar turns. In others, men give their swords to the altar. They hope peace might earn them mercy. Fear spreads quietly. It does not scream. It settles in the bones. Back in Rome, Sylvester does not make grand declarations. He does not set dates or summon the faithful to prepare for fire. But he also does not dismiss the fear. He leads mass, he prays, he shows calm. His silence carries weight. Some think it means he knows more than he says. There is no record of a speech or a letter where Sylvester announces the end. But stories grew up around him anyway. People later said he had a clock that counted down to the millennium. They said he knew when midnight would strike and what it would bring. They said his machines tracked the final hour. None of this is proven. It may be legend, but the legend tells us what people felt, that someone must know when the end would come, and that person must be the Pope. It's easy now to mock the panic of that year, but the fear was not foolish. The medieval world lived close to death. Famine came often. Plague took families in days. War made widows. The weather turned without warning. If the crops failed, people starved. If the rivers rose, whole towns vanished. People knew life was short. They did not need a prophet to tell them that judgment might be near. The fear around the year 1000 did not come from one place. It came from many. The number itself held weight. The Bible spoke of 1,000 years as a signpost in time. The Roman calendar placed the birth of Christ at the center of history. Time bent around it. Each year pulled further from the manger, closer to the end. Church sermons spoke often of repentance. Pain and suffering were read as signs. A fire in a city, a storm that tore down a steeple, a comet seen in the night. Each could be a warning. The apocalypse of Pseudo-Methodius, copied in monasteries across Europe, told of great wars before the end. It said nations would fall and the faithful would suffer. These writings filled the margins of memory. They gave shape to fear. Pope Sylvester's presence in that year gave the fear a figure to focus on. He was not only a pope, but a man of science in a world that feared unknown tools. His clocks, real or imagined, became symbols. They stood for knowledge that pointed to an end no one could stop. Some say that when midnight passed and the year 1000 began, churches filled with joy. People wept in relief. The sun rose, and the stars remained where they had always been. The world, it seemed, it would go on. But the fear did not disappear. Some said they had counted wrong. Others said the true 1,000-year mark would come in 1033, the year of Christ's death, not his birth. So the waiting continued. Sylvester died in 1003. By then, the fear had begun to fade. The fields were planted again, life returned to its rhythms. But the stories lived on. Some told of a pope who had tried to stop the end. Others said he had known too much and died before his time. Later writers folded him into tales of prophecy and doom. They made him a figure in the larger story of the last days. Whether or not he had a clock that counted down, Pope Sylvester stood at a turning point in history. Around him, the world watched time, feared time, and waited for it to run out. They said the sky would grow dark at noon, that a black sun would rise, blot out the true light, and cast the earth into shadow. It would not be an eclipse, but a sign, a warning, a curse made visible. People in different times and places spoke of it, some in fear, others with quiet awe. It would not burn like fire, but it would mark the beginning of judgment. Where it appeared, chaos would follow, not because of its power, but because of what it meant. The idea of a dark sun, a black sun, goes back far. It wasn't always tied to science. It belonged to prophecy, not astronomy. Ancient texts across cultures described strange events in the sky. The book of Revelation said the sun would turn black as sackcloth, the moon would turn to blood. These were not metaphors to the people who heard them. They were warnings. If the sun went dark, something greater was at work. In Europe during the Middle Ages, people watched the heavens closely. They believed that God spoke through signs, not just scripture. A solar eclipse might be written in the stars, but it was also written in fate. If the sun dimmed, people looked inward. Had they sinned? Had the king offended God? Had the church failed? The sun's disappearance was not just an event, it was a message. Now imagine a small town in the countryside. The year is 1239. A group of farmers works in a field when the light begins to shift. It doesn't fade slowly. It sharpens, grows pale, then turns gray. One man looks up. The sun is gone, covered by something cold and perfect. Not fire, not storm, but absence. He drops his tools. Others kneel. The priest walks from the church without his vestments, mouth open. He says nothing. When the sun returns, it brings no warmth. Later, people say it was an eclipse. They speak of the moon's path, the movement of spheres. But in that moment, it didn't feel like nature. It felt like warning. The black sun entered prophecies over time. Some spoke of a second sun that would rise in the sky, dark and silent. It would not give light, only shadow. It would not warm, only chill. Some thought it was a celestial body hidden until the final days, a wandering star or rogue planet that would pass near the earth. When it came, plagues would follow, crops would fail, empires would fall, the seas would rise, but the true danger would not be what it did. It would be what it meant. Some medieval scholars wrote of the dark luminary, a hidden presence in the sky that balanced the sun. They had no telescopes. They worked from older texts, from whispers in Greek and Latin, from things said in monasteries and port cities. They described an object that could not be seen except in moments of change, when the sky turned against its order. In the 14th century, after the Black Death swept through Europe, preachers began to speak of the black sun again. They said it had already passed, that it had risen above the earth unseen and cast its curse on the people below. They pointed to Revelation. They pointed to the dead. They said the sun had gone black, and now the world paid the price. In art, the image took root. Painters in later centuries showed skies split in half, a golden sun on one side, a black one on the other. Angels looked on in silence. Below, cities burned, bodies filled the rivers. The black sun was never shown in full. It was always behind cloud or mountain, just out of reach, just beyond what the eye could understand. In more recent times, the term black sun took on other meanings. Some used it as a symbol of destruction, of rebirth, of hidden power. But its root remained the same. It stood for the moment when the world no longer made sense. When day became night, not because the earth turned, but because something in the sky said it must. The fear didn't fade with modern tools. Even with knowledge, people still watch the sky with old instincts. In 1919, a total eclipse crossed South America and Africa. Scientists used it to test Einstein's theory of relativity. The sun was blocked for minutes. Cameras snapped pictures. Calculations were made. But in some villages, people still hid indoors. Animals grew still. Birds went quiet. For those who didn't know the date or time, it felt like the end. In later years, rumors spread of rogue planets, dark stars wandering the solar system. Some called them Nemesis, others Nibiru. They said these bodies would pass close to Earth and bring ruin, not because of impact, but because of pull. A shift in tides, a fracture in weather, a rise in madness. The black sun again, this time dressed in the language of astronomy, but carrying the same message. You could imagine a night when the stars look strange. One moves where none should. It grows larger each week, not bright, but dull, like ash. Telescopes track it. News spreads slowly. Not everyone believes. Then the skies shift. Weather turns. Something breaks loose from the usual patterns. Farmers lose their crops. Cities flood. The thing in the sky grows larger still. People begin to remember. They pull old books from shelves. They read the lines about sackcloth sun and blood moon. The story returns. The black sun has risen again, not to burn, but to bear witness. It does not act. It does not speak. But its presence says everything. That's how it has always worked. Whether as symbol, prophecy, or shadow, the black sun marks a line. Before it, life moves in patterns. After it, something else begins. Not fire from the sky, but slow undoing. A cold breath at the edge of light, a sign, not an event. And those who see it are left with only one thought. Something has changed, and it will not change back. They said the moon would bleed 3 times before the end. Not with fire or thunder, but with color. A deep red, like rust or spilled wine. The kind of red that doesn't fade quickly. The kind that lingers in the sky and stains the thoughts of those who see it. Not just once, but 3 times. A sign that cannot be mistaken even by those who do not believe. This prophecy did not come from a single source. It appeared in parts, scattered across centuries. Some found it in the words of the prophet Joel. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord. Others heard it in sermons or saw it in the margins of old manuscripts, scrawled by tired monks who had copied the same passage 100 times. The moon will bleed 3 times. After that, judgment. It was not just a symbol. People believed they would see it. The blood moon is a real event. It happens during a total lunar eclipse, when the Earth comes between the sun and the moon. The light bends through the atmosphere and paints the moon red. It looks unnatural, even when you know the reason. When you don't, it looks like a warning. Imagine a village in the year 1367. A farmer wakes early to tend his animals. He glances at the sky and stops. The moon glows red, not pale or orange, but the color of meat. He drops his tools. His wife calls from the doorway, voice low. The children cry. They don't know why, but they feel it. By midday, word spreads. Some say a plague will come. Others say the earth will shake. The priest tells them to pray. When the moon returned to white, people sighed with relief, but they did not forget. That was once. 2 more will follow. Years later, another blood moon comes. This one falls during a war. The king's army marches to battle the next morning. The soldiers see the red moon and whisper to each other. Some say it is a sign they will die. Others say it is a blessing, a mark that the enemy will fall. Either way, the night feels colder. The air holds still. On the field, men fight harder than they should. Something pushes them, fear, maybe, or fate. The battle leaves thousands dead. Those who survive remember the sky. They say it was the second. Then the third comes, many years later, when peace has returned and people have stopped looking up. A red moon rises again, and now the prophecy feels real. 3 blood moons, 3 warnings. The end must be near. Some flee to churches, others lock their doors. A few go up into the hills to wait in silence. They say the next sunrise will bring the last dawn, but it doesn't. The day comes, the world continues. Still, no one feels the same. The prophecy lingers, it takes root. In later centuries, the idea of the blood moon rises again. People tie it to eclipses they can now predict. They chart the dates. They say, there will be 4 in a row, and they name the years. Some look to history and find war or disaster nearby, then tie them together. But the old version did not say 4. It said 3. 3 events to shake the heart. Not because of what they are, but because of what follows. The moon has always carried meaning. It lights the night, but changes its face. It does not stay fixed like the sun. It shifts, fades, vanishes, then returns. It touches tides, it affects crops. In old calendars, it marked time. When it turned red, people did not shrug. They watched, waited, and changed their lives. You could imagine a city in the modern world. Lights cover the streets. Towers rise high enough to block the sky. Most people do not look up anymore, but one night, the moon pulls their attention. It's low on the horizon, red and heavy. Phones capture it. Screens fill with its image. News anchors speak of eclipses. Scientists explain light scattering and atmospheric dust. But still, people feel something. Not fear, maybe, but discomfort. Something doesn't sit right. A few remember the old words. The moon will bleed 3 times. They ask, is this the first or the last? No voice answers, but the unease spreads. These things never come as thunderclaps. They unfold quietly. That's what makes them hard to ignore. A blood moon rises. Crops fail that summer. A war breaks out across an ocean. People don't connect the events at first, but the pattern reveals itself slowly, like writing in fog. A second red moon appears 2 years later. Now more notice. Churches fill again, not with crowds but with steady numbers. Priests prepare sermons that do not name the prophecy, but point toward it. The news does not report fear, but it shows images of candlelit vigils. People do not say the end is near, but they do not laugh when someone else does. The third moon comes under different skies. The world has changed. Maybe a great city lies in ruins. Maybe a sickness has passed through nations. Maybe a storm has stripped a coastline bare. No one says the moon caused these things. They say it marked them, that it knew, that the sky remembers even when the earth forgets. In that moment, belief becomes simple. The prophecy didn't tell people what would happen. It told them when. It didn't promise fire. It promised warning. A quiet one, painted in red. This is why it mattered. Not because of spectacle, but because of timing. 3 signs, each one clearer than the last. The world doesn't need a trumpet blast when it can read the sky. And when the moon turns white again for the last time, the air does not move the same. People do not speak the same. Even those who never heard the prophecy before now carry it with them. The night no longer feels like rest. It feels like waiting. They said that when crows made their nests in the Abbey, war would come. Not just a battle or a raid, but war that spreads like fire across dry grass. The kind that eats villages, pulls down towers, and leaves fields empty for years. The kind that does not end with a treaty, but with silence. The saying was old. No one remembered who spoke it first. It passed from monk to monk, whispered between prayers. Sometimes it was carved into the margins of a psalter or painted into the corner of a wall. When crows nest in the Abbey, war will swallow the land. Some called it a riddle, others called it a warning. The crow was no stranger to churches. It fed on scraps, watched from steeples, and circled over cemeteries. It was black, clever, and patient. It moved in pairs or flocks. It waited. Unlike doves or swallows, it did not bring peace or spring. It brought memory. It came after. But nesting, that was different. A crow might land on a spire or perch on a bell tower. That was common. But to build a nest, to bring sticks and line them with fur and cloth, that meant it would stay. It meant the bird had claimed the holy place as its own. In some years, people watched the abbeys more closely than the sky. They looked at the rooftops, the arches, the broken windows of long-neglected cloisters. If a crow circled too long, the monks took notice. If it brought twigs in its beak, they grew uneasy. There are records from a monastery in the north of France, written in the hand of a prior who had lived through 3 kings and 2 famines. He wrote that in the spring of 1315, crows began to build a nest atop the chapter house. The monks rang the bells, waved cloths, even shot arrows, but the birds returned. That winter brought war. A local lord rose against the crown, dragging neighboring villages into his cause. By the next harvest, the fields lay empty, and the abbey held refugees instead of pilgrims. The crows stayed. In another story, told by travelers on the road to Canterbury, a group of crows took up roost in the broken vaults of a ruined chapel. The chapel had not been used in years. It had been sacked during a border dispute, the altar split, the cross taken. But the roof still stood, and the crows made their homes in its beams. A nearby town sent men to clear the birds. They failed. Soon after, soldiers passed through, taking grain and horses. The town never recovered. People said the crows had seen it coming. The connection between birds and prophecy runs deep. In Roman times, augurs read the sky, watching for the flight of ravens and eagles. The direction they flew, how high they soared, even how they cried, all held meaning. In the medieval world, such practices were discouraged, even condemned, but they never disappeared. They changed shape. A crow flying west was no longer an omen. But a crow nesting in a sacred place, that still meant something. The abbey was not just stone, it was a boundary between the sacred and the profane. It held relics, prayers, and silence. If a crow chose it for its nest, something had shifted. Something in the order of things no longer held. It was not just the bird, it was the timing. Crows nested in spring. If war began in summer, the saying proved true. If it did not, people still watched the skies the next year. The prophecy was not a calendar, it was a rhythm. One chronicle from a German abbey records a monk's vision. He saw crows nesting in the cloister garden. Not 1 or 2, but dozens. They filled the trees and the ledges, even the bell tower. He took it as a sign and begged the abbot to send warnings to nearby towns. The abbot refused. A month later, a border conflict exploded into full rebellion. The abbey was burned. Only the chronicle survived, carried out by a novice hidden among the hay carts. Birds build where they find safety. But crows do not often choose holy ground. When they do, people take notice. The abbey stands for peace, for stability, for the rhythm of prayers that do not change. War disrupts that. It turns monks into refugees and sanctuaries into battlegrounds. When the crows come, it means that even they feel the shift. You can imagine an abbey on a hill, quiet in the morning light. The bells have not rung in weeks. The last of the monks have gone to help the nearby village, where soldiers now camp by the river. Smoke rises in the distance. In the rafters above the nave, a pair of crows arrange sticks. One drops a bit of cloth, torn from a banner maybe, or a robe. The other settles in, silent. Below, the stone floor stays cool. The pews gather dust. No one speaks. The prophecy does not say what kind of war will follow. It could be civil strife, rebellion, or a long siege between kingdoms. It does not speak of causes, only of consequence. The birds come, then the land burns. Some say it is a trick of memory, that people notice the crows only when war follows, that the prophecy shapes what they choose to see. But that does not explain the silence that falls when the birds arrive. It does not explain the way monks lower their voices when they speak of nests in sacred places. It does not explain why people still tell the tale, even when they claim not to believe. There is a pattern we cannot always name. The world gives signs not in words, but in habits. The crow does not carry a message. It becomes one. The Abbey does not fall with a cry. It gives way quietly. The war does not begin with a trumpet. It begins with a nest. The old text says it plainly. And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp. And the name of the star is called Wormwood. The passage comes from the book of Revelation. It tells of a star that falls and poisons the waters. Many men die. The waters turn bitter. The name sticks, Wormwood. In the centuries that followed, the line took on more weight than scripture alone. It became part of how people saw the world, especially in the darker times, when death came without warning, when plagues crossed borders, when rivers carried rot, when rain tasted strange. The word wormwood came to mean more than a falling star. It meant poison from above. It meant punishment. In the early Middle Ages, most people could not read. They learned scripture from sermons, carvings, and songs, but wormwood stayed in memory. Priests mentioned it during hard years. Monks wrote it in the margins when famine struck. It was not just a sign. It was an answer to a question they could not otherwise explain. Why had the water turned foul? Why were the animals dying? Why had the sickness returned? They said wormwood had fallen. Wormwood is a plant, Artemisia absinthium. It grows low to the ground, with pale green leaves and a bitter taste. It's been used for medicine, for brewing, and for warding off insects. In small doses, it can heal. In larger ones, it can harm. People in the Middle Ages knew this. They knew its name before they heard it from the pulpit. So when the Bible said the star would make the waters bitter and kill many, the word made sense. It was familiar. They had tasted that bitterness. Some took it literally. They believed a star would fall, a bright one, burning, maybe during the night. It would land in the rivers or the lakes. It would not make a splash, but a wound. Fish would float to the surface. Livestock would refuse to drink. The people who did would suffer. Fevers, swelling, black spots, and then death. Others saw wormwood in things already happening. There's a record from a monastery in Ireland in the 9th century. The monks wrote that a strange fog drifted in from the sea. It lasted 3 days. After it cleared, the nearby stream turned cloudy. The cattle grew sick. A boy died with blisters on his tongue. The monks didn't call it plague. They called it wormwood. They said the star had fallen somewhere far off and left its poison behind. You can picture a small village by a river. The year is 1021. The people there have lived through 2 hard winters. They've heard of sickness to the south. One morning, the river runs dark, not with mud, but with something else. The taste is wrong. The animals won't go near it. A few still drink. By dusk, 1 is dead. By the end of the week, 5 more. Then the children begin coughing. The priest steps to the front of the church. He reads from Revelation. He says, "Wormwood has come." No one speaks. In these times, there was no science to name bacteria or viruses. People read the world through signs. Smoke in the sky, red in the moon, blood in the milk. When crops failed for no reason, or water grew bitter, they reached for the stories that helped them make sense of it. Revelation gave them a framework. The plagues and stars were not only images, they were explanations. Later chroniclers picked up the thread. During the Black Death, some wrote that a star had passed too close to the earth. They said it brought poisoned air. They didn't call it wormwood directly, but the idea was the same. Heaven had turned against them. The sickness was not random, it was judgment. Something had fallen, and the world had changed. In some versions, wormwood was not a star at all. It was an angel, one cast down from heaven, cloaked in flame. It didn't strike the earth with a crash, but with a whisper. It touched the water and disappeared. The people never saw it. Only its mark remained. Others said wormwood was not one thing, but a series of signs. A comet seen from the walls of Constantinople. A strange wind in the Baltic. Red rain in the fields of Lombardy. each a piece of something larger, a pattern forming, a reminder that the earth was not separate from heaven, but under its rule. Even when things returned to normal, the name stayed. Wormwood became shorthand for unseen danger. You could find it in poems, in folk tales, even in herbal guides. A drink that turned bitter too quickly, wormwood. A wound that would not close, wormwood. A child born sick, a well gone dry, a storm that blew against the church and not the tavern, wormwood. There are letters from a bishop in the 13th century sent to another far away. He describes a fever in the lowlands, spread through wells. He writes, "It is as if the third angel has sounded his trumpet, and wormwood rides on the rain." He does not mean it poetically. He means it as a priest trying to understand why his flock is dying. In later centuries, during times of war, the prophecy gained new shape. Armies would burn fields, poison wells. People would say the star had fallen again, not from the sky, but from the actions of men. Wormwood no longer came only from above. It came through cruelty, through carelessness, through conquest. You can imagine a modern voice repeating the line, "And the name of the star is called Wormwood." Maybe after a factory spill poisons a river, maybe after fallout drifts over farmland, the tone is the same. The scripture doesn't fade, it waits. It is not the star itself that matters most. It's what follows, the bitterness, the thirst, the loss. That's what people feared. That's why the name stayed. Wormwood meant the moment when water no longer gave life, when something unseen made what was trusted into a weapon. Not fire from the sky, not a roar, just a taste in the back of the throat, slow and sharp, and the silence that follows. They said the end would come not through kings or beasts, but through children, that their mouths would open and strange words would pour out. Not learned speech, not any known language, but something older, something raw. And then they would cry fire, not as a plea, but as a sentence. The innocent would carry the warning, and no one would stop it. The prophecy was simple. The children shall speak in tongues and cry fire. That was all it said. No name, no date, no place. But those few words spread. Monks copied them into margins. Priests whispered them during confession. Mothers repeated them under their breath when their child stared too long at the wall. It was a warning without a cause, which made it worse. Most people heard it first as a tale, a story told near the hearth after supper when the wind made the shutters creak. A child, no older than 7, speaks in a voice not their own. They say words no one taught them. Their eyes roll white. They say fire is coming. Then the barn burns, or the mill floods, or the soldiers arrive. The details shift, but the core stays. The child speaks. The world changes. Some treated it as a fable, a way to explain illness or sudden death. But during the late Middle Ages, when plague returned again and again, people listened more closely. They looked for signs, and they looked at their children. There's a record from a convent in Flanders around the year 1348. A girl brought in from a nearby village refused to speak for days. Then, during Mass, she stood up and began to speak. Not Flemish, not Latin, but something no one understood. Her voice was clear and loud. Witnesses said she shouted a word that sounded like Brant over and over. Later that week, fire broke out in the convent kitchen. 3 sisters died. The abbess wrote that it was not an accident. She said the girl had spoken judgment. Another story comes from a parish in southern England, not long after the Great Famine. A boy stood in front of the altar and spoke 10 words. No one could make sense of them, but the priest turned pale. He claimed to recognize one word from an old Greek prayer. The others, he said, were not from any language he knew. Within the month, raiders from the coast had swept through the village. The boy died in the fire they set. Some said he'd caused it. Others said he'd tried to warn them. The fear grew slowly. It was not loud. It showed in the way parents watched their children when they slept. It showed in how priests hesitated when a child lingered at the edge of the nave. People started to believe that children, those not yet formed by the world, could become vessels, not for evil, but for truth. And truth, when it comes without mercy, can look like a curse. Tongues, in this prophecy, didn't just mean speech. They meant language from elsewhere, from heaven or from the deep. Some said it was the voice of angels. Others said it was older than angels, a speech from before Babel. One monk wrote that it was the tongue of flame, the same as an axe, but reversed, not to teach, but to destroy. The flames didn't rest on heads, they consumed. In times of war, the prophecy returned. Children orphaned by battle, wandering from town to town, would sometimes say strange things. One girl in Bohemia, barefoot and mute for weeks, began to speak when a lord's men rode past. She shouted one word, none could repeat it exactly, but 3 of the men fell from their horses, struck down by sudden fever days later. The villagers remembered the prophecy. The local priest wrote it in his book of signs. You could imagine a scene in a cathedral town, just before the harvest. A boy walks to the market square. He speaks quietly, then louder. His mother pulls at his sleeve. He keeps talking. The words spill out fast, too fast to follow. A small crowd gathers. No one recognizes the speech. He says fire, once, then again, then he goes still. That night, lightning hits the bell tower. The fire takes half the roof. Some say it's a warning. Others say it's the beginning. The church never took an official stance. It didn't condemn the prophecy, but it didn't name it either. Some priests said it was heresy to believe that children could speak with divine authority, but others pointed to Scripture. The prophet Joel said that in the last days, sons and daughters would prophesy. The Psalms spoke of strength from the mouths of babes, and Christ had said, out of the mouths of children comes praise. If children could praise, they could warn. In some regions, people grew afraid of their own offspring. A child with a fever who mumbled in sleep was treated with prayer and fasting. Some were kept from others. Some were beaten. A few were taken to monasteries for safekeeping. They never came back. Fear mixed with faith until no one could tell the difference. Later, during the fires of Reformation, the prophecy surfaced again. Reformers used it to speak against Rome. They said the children crying fire were warning of false priests and corrupted sacraments. Rome called this blasphemy. The prophecy bent with the age, but the fear remained. Even now, the image stays clear. A child standing still, their face blank, their eyes sharp. Words come out in a voice that doesn't belong to them. Not shouting, not begging, just stating. And then, somewhere near or far, something burns. Maybe a house, maybe a field, maybe a truth someone wanted to hide. The danger wasn't the fire, it was that the warning came from a child. A voice that shouldn't know anything about war or plague or judgment, but it does. And when it speaks, people listen, whether they admit it or not. They said the beast would have many eyes and that it would rule the earth. Not with teeth or claws, but with sight. It would see everything. No corner would hide from it. No secret would stay buried. It would not come like a dragon or a lion, but like something harder to name. A thing made of parts. A thing that watched. The line shows up in old texts, sometimes beside the name of the Antichrist. Sometimes it appears in commentaries on the book of Revelation, though not in the book itself. It was added in sermons, in visions, in the words of monks who had seen too much. The beast with many eyes shall rule the earth. It was never explained, only repeated. That was enough. In the early centuries, the phrase carried different meanings. To some, the eyes meant wisdom, all-seeing, a ruler who knew too much. To others, the eyes were mouths, each one hungry, each one tied to power. A beast like that would not lead. It would feed, and it would do so without stopping. In the early Middle Ages, people began to speak of this beast in darker tones. It was no longer a symbol of foresight or knowledge. It was a warning. The more eyes it had, the less human it became. Each eye stood for control. A tax collector in every village, a soldier in every square, a record kept in ink where there should have been forgetfulness, a ruler who watched every act and judged them all. Imagine a town under a distant king. The people do not know his face, but they know the weight of his law. They know the rider who comes each season to count their cattle and measure their fields. They know the scribe who writes down their names. They know the soldier who watches from the wall. The king does not speak to them, but his eyes are there. The beast with many eyes is not a monster in the woods. It is the system around them. A monk in Burgundy wrote of the beast in the 9th century. He described it as a figure with 7 heads, each one covered in eyes. He said it stood not in the wilderness, but at the heart of a city. It did not hunt, it judged, it listened, it gathered. In his account, the beast grew stronger each year. It spread across lands not with war, but with scrolls and seals. By the time people knew it was there, it was too late. Others tied the beast to the Antichrist. They said he would not come with fire, but with order. He would bring laws, maps, coins, and contracts. People would not flee from him. They would follow him, because he would promise peace. But he would watch everything, and he would make watching into power. There's a tale from a small monastery in what is now Austria. The monks there believed the beast had already come, in the form of a ruler who built towers across the hills. Not towers for defense, but for message keepers, men who passed information from one to the next. Word of mouth turned to written record. Every letter copied, every name stored. The monks grew afraid. One wrote in the margin of a psalter, "The beast is not seen, but it sees." He left no other explanation. In later centuries, the beast became more abstract. It was not one man, but many. Not one kingdom, but every kingdom. Wherever power reached further than a man's voice could carry, the beast was said to be near. In some villages, people scratched the symbol of a single eye into wood or stone, quiet resistance. If the eye was closed, the beast had not yet come. If the eye was open, it had. You could imagine a council chamber in a capital city. A ruler sits with advisors. They speak not of battles, but of records. Who paid, who didn't, who spoke out, who gathered together without leave. They speak of patrols, of reports, of ledgers. The ruler does not raise an army, he opens his book. The beast does not roar, it watches. In some texts, the beast is linked to false prophets. Each eye sees a different version of truth. Each one reflects a lie back into the world. The people trust it because it appears wise. It sees far. It speaks with calm. But behind its words is nothing, just hunger. Not for food, but for obedience. When the printing press came, some said the beast would grow stronger. Now it could send its eyes into every home. Now its gaze could be written, copied, spread. What had once been spoken was now fixed. The watchers had new tools. The prophecy doesn't say how the beast will fall. It doesn't promise that it will. It only says it will rule, not for a season, not for a lifetime, but until something deeper breaks, until the eyes fail to see or turn against each other. Even now, the shape remains. The beast does not walk, it does not sleep, it gathers, stores, remembers. It doesn't need walls or teeth, it needs only a system, a process, an account. People still speak the phrase, though they often forget where it came from. It's used for cameras, for networks, for quiet controls that guide without force. But the fear behind it hasn't changed. The beast with many eyes does not need to hurt. It only needs to know. And when it knows enough, the rest follows. They said the sky would crack and out would fall iron birds. The phrase comes from an old vision, passed through centuries of retellings, often dismissed, sometimes feared. It was spoken as warning, not description. No one in the early centuries had seen metal fly. They had seen birds, and they had seen iron, but never together. So when they heard this, they imagined something monstrous, a bird made of cold metal, a sky torn open, a world changed by the sound of wings that should not be. It showed up in a fragment copied by a monk in the 11th century. He wrote it in Latin on the back page of a gospel book. The rest of the manuscript holds hymns and sermons. But at the edge, in darker ink, he wrote, "Et rumpetur caelum et cadent aves ferrae." The sky shall break and iron birds shall fall. He didn't explain. He left no context. Just the line, standing alone like a sentence overheard from someone talking in their sleep. Later scribes copied it. One added a note beside it, a sign of the end or of judgment. Another tied it to Revelation, comparing it to the locusts with iron breastplates. Over time, people read the line as metaphor. The iron birds were not birds, they said. They were demons, or falling stars, or weapons carried by the wind. Something foreign, something sudden. It was never clear, but the line survived. It moved from monastery to monastery. Some placed it with other prophecies, about famine, about fire, about the moon turning red. Some preachers used it to frighten. Others ignored it, unsure what to make of it. It didn't fit cleanly into their systems. It didn't name a beast or a king or a known sin. It just spoke of the sky breaking open and something falling. Now imagine the world 1,000 years later. The sky does crack, in sound if not in shape. A jet roars overhead. It splits the quiet of a morning in half. The people below stop and look up. The thing above them moves too fast. It gleams, it hums, it has wings but no feathers. It flies, but not with grace. It's loud, it's heavy, it smells of fuel, not sky. The first planes came only a little over a century ago. At first, they were small, light, barely more than wood and cloth, but they grew. By the time of the First World War, they flew over trenches and dropped fire. In the Second, they carried destruction across oceans. They did not fall by accident. They were sent. During those years, the phrase came back. A scholar in England reading medieval manuscripts found the old line. He showed it to others. They looked at the sky and did not laugh. Iron birds, they said, machines with wings. The sky cracked when they came. They brought death. The prophecy had shape now. You can picture a town in France, 1940. A child hears a whistle before the siren. The sky flashes. Something falls. Not a bomb, but the machine itself, struck maybe or lost. It spins through the air, screaming, metal against air, then crashes into a field. The adults arrive after. The child only remembers the sound, the way it felt like the sky had been torn open. The phrase spread again in that time, not through sermons, but in quiet voices. Soldiers wrote it in letters. Civilians heard it in bomb shelters. A broken sky, iron falling. Not myth now. Memory. Even after the wars, the meaning lingered. Planes grew larger, faster. Some left the ground and didn't come back for hours or days. Some carried people. Others carried weapons. Some could not be seen from the ground. But they all broke the sky. That's what people remembered. The sound overhead, the rush of air, the sense that something foreign had entered a place it didn't belong. A theologian in the 1970s wrote a short essay on the line. He said it no longer belonged to prophecy. It had become description. The iron birds had fallen, not once, but many times. In every war, in every failed flight, in every moment when the sky stopped being a place of peace. He wrote, "We no longer wait for this to happen. We live in its shadow." Others tied the phrase to things beyond planes, satellites, drones, missiles, anything that flew without feathers, anything that fell from above. The phrase stretched to hold new meaning, but the feeling stayed. Sky above, iron below. Not all saw it as doom. Some said it only meant change, that the sky cracking was a sign of a new age, that the iron birds were not punishment, but evolution. But even they spoke quietly when jets passed overhead. Even they looked up with unease. You could imagine the scene today. A city skyline, a clear sky, then a sound, distant, then close. A shape moves across the sky too fast to follow. People pause, they glance up. Some reach for their phones, others cover their ears. No one speaks the phrase aloud, but some remember it. The sky shall crack, and out shall fall iron birds. It feels old, it feels right. The strength of the prophecy was not in its detail. It didn't try to explain how or why, it just named what would come. The sky broken, the earth beneath. The bird not of flesh, but of metal. A machine where life should be, a watcher or a weapon. Something made by hands that forget to fear what they create. That was the warning. Not that the birds would come, but that we would be the ones to build them. And when they fell, we would be the ones beneath. They called it the cycle of judgment. 7 years of blood, then 7 of ash. The words came from visions, often passed down by monks, recorded in small script on the back pages of ledgers and hymnals. The phrase didn't begin with kings or councils. It rose out of famine. They called it the cycle of judgment. 7 years of blood, then 7 of ash. The words came from visions, often passed down by monks, recorded in small script on the back pages of ledgers and hymnals. The phrase didn't begin with kings or councils. It rose out of famine, plague, and war, real events that shaped how people thought time moved. First blood, then ash. First the sword, then the silence. The cycle wasn't tied to any single book of scripture, but it matched the pattern of punishment found in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, where sin leads to judgment, and judgment comes in waves. The number 7 carried meaning. It was sacred. It marked completion, a full span. 7 years of plenty, 7 of famine, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 wounds. People already believed that time came in sevens. This phrase added something harder, a double sentence. The blood years meant war, but not just battles. It meant civil unrest, raids, crusades, and border conflicts that dragged on for seasons. It meant bodies in fields, sieges that starved cities, and fires that spread faster than armies. The ash years came after, not as peace, but as aftermath. The ground would not produce. Smoke would hang low in the valleys. Families would vanish between harvests. Nothing grew, not crops or hope. One record from the 12th century describes a town on the edge of the empire that lived through both halves. First came war, 3 rival claimants to a local throne, each with their own men. Villages burned, grain was stolen, and wells fouled. The local abbey closed its doors after the monks died of fever. Then came years of quiet. Too quiet. The war stopped, but the land didn't recover. Fields grew weeds, cattle miscarried, the river shrank, the people left. A monk in that town wrote the phrase on a piece of scrap parchment: Septem anni sanguinis deinde septem cineris. He didn't claim it as prophecy. He wrote it as observation. He saw the pattern and he named it. The idea spread. Other writers picked it up and used it to describe events that had already passed, fitting history to the shape of the phrase. But soon they began to see it ahead of them too. If war broke out, they asked how long it would last. If the answer was 7 years, they began to fear what came next. Imagine a farmer in the year 1316. The war between his lord and a rival house has dragged on for 5 years already. Crops are failing. His sons have been conscripted. One hasn't returned. The priest tells him to pray, but also to prepare. He says, if this is blood, then ash follows. The farmer doesn't understand the theology. He only hears the weight behind the words. That same year, rain falls without end. Fields rot, bread becomes thin, people eat bark, rats, leather. The war ends by winter, but the famine stays. Across northern Europe, that season is remembered as the beginning of the Great Famine. For many, it confirmed the cycle. Blood, then ash. In another part of Europe, a different chronicle tells of a plague that followed war. The land was already broken. Then came sickness. It passed through cities like fire through straw. Whole streets emptied, graves overflowed. When it was over, the survivors were left with silence. Trade stopped. Bells didn't ring. Ash didn't just mean ruin. It meant what came after the ruin, when nothing replaced what was lost. The phrase worked because it was simple. People didn't need to be literate to remember it. They heard it once and kept it. It didn't try to explain every detail. It gave structure to chaos. 7 years of blood, 7 of ash. It sounded like a clock. It let people name their suffering and brace for what was coming. In some regions, priests began to include the phrase in their sermons, not to scare, but to prepare. They told their people to store grain, to plant hardy crops, to keep faith. They spoke of Joseph in Egypt and his dream, 7 fat cows, then 7 lean. The words were not exactly the same, but the message matched. First comes taking, then comes emptiness. Some added more detail to the phrase. They said the blood years were not only war, but also the shedding of trust, betrayals, civil collapse, leaders turning on their own. The ash years were not just famine, but loss of memory. A whole generation that forgets how things once worked. Traditions broken, knowledge scattered. One chronicler in Prague wrote that the ash years were worse, not because more died, but because fewer were left to care. In the blood years, people still fought. In the ash, they stopped moving. He described a town where the market was never rebuilt, even though the square still stood. He said that was the work of ash, not fire, but dust. You could imagine a modern voice saying the same thing, not tied to swords and plagues, but to cycles of destruction. Years where violence leads, followed by years where everything that violence touched begins to decay. It doesn't need to be literal ash. It could be economic collapse, ruined soil, broken systems that no longer serve. The blood takes quickly. The ash follows slowly. But the phrase holds because it doesn't try to explain how the pattern starts. It only marks the rhythm once it begins. People may not recognize the first year, but by the 3rd or 4th, they begin to count. And once they reach 7, they look to the land. They said the king was not dead. He had not fallen in battle or wasted away in some distant chamber. He had gone to sleep, hidden by earth or mountain or sea. He waited, not for peace, but for the world to break. When the land cried out and the sky gave way, he would rise. That was the promise. The sleeping king will awaken at the end. This story moved across borders. It changed names but not shape. In Britain, they said it was Arthur. In France, some spoke of Charlemagne. In the East, it was Barbarossa. Others told of lesser kings, bound not by fame but by need. The details shifted. Some slept in mountains, others beneath ruins or within deep forests. Some had knights asleep beside them. Some were alone. But all would return when the time was right. No one ever said how the king would know. The land might call him, or a trumpet might sound, heard only by the dead, or a single rider might appear at the edge of the cave and speak his name. Then his eyes would open, and the waiting would end. The idea grew during the darkest times. After war, after plague, when a kingdom fell to pieces and no one trusted the men in power. People said, "The king sleeps, but he will come back." It wasn't about one man, it was about hope wrapped in silence. A figure who did not lead now, but would lead later when no one else could. In Wales, they told of Arthur not dying at Camlin, but being taken to Avalon. A boat carried him, not to heaven, but to healing. The wounds would close. His eyes would shut. He would sleep. They said he would return when Britain needed him most. Some said the sound of foreign boots on native soil would wake him. Others said the land itself would split, and he would rise through the crack. In Germany, the people of the Harz Mountains spoke of Kaiser Barbarossa sleeping in a hidden chamber under the Kyffhäuser Hills. His beard had grown around the table. His eyes remained shut. But when the ravens stopped circling the peak, he would rise. The kingdom would reunite. Peace would follow. Not soft peace, but earned peace, forged by fire. The story worked because it didn't name a date. It asked for patience. It didn't deny pain or ruin. It said, "This will not last forever, even if it feels like it will." The king sleeps, but not without purpose. He rests so that he may rise with strength when others fall. There's a tale from a monastery in the north of England, written in the 12th century. A monk wrote of a vision in which he saw a hill split by lightning. From it came a king in iron mail, sword at his side, eyes wide with sorrow and flame. He walked without speaking. The people followed. The monk didn't name him, but those who read it later said it must have been Arthur, or perhaps a different king altogether. The name didn't matter. The story did. The sleeping king is not just about a return. It's about timing. If he rises too early, the world will not follow him. If he waits too long, there may be nothing left to lead. So the story always placed him just on the edge, ready but still, not dead, not gone, present in absence. You could imagine a village on the brink of collapse. A long drought, crops failing, the river dry, bandits in the hills. The people gather in the church, but the priest has no more words. That night, an elder speaks softly. He sleeps still, but not forever. She doesn't need to explain. They've all heard the story. They know what she means. Someone good, someone strong, someone who was and will be again. There are places people still point to. Caves sealed with stones, mountains with deep crevices, lakes with dark water and no visible bottom. They say the king is there. Not all believe it, but few will say it aloud, just in case. Even during times of strength, the story does not vanish. It changes form. It becomes a way to judge those in power. The king sleeps, they say, and these men play at ruling. It becomes a quiet standard, a measure by which to see the difference between true leadership and the illusion of it. Some scholars tried to explain the tale away. They called it myth, a way to cope with loss, a holdover from older religions that promised rebirth. But those explanations missed something. The people didn't tell the story because they misunderstood death. They told it because they understood waiting. The world rarely ends all at once. It fails in pieces. A war, a failed harvest, a corrupt official, a broken road. Each thing small, but together they wear down the soul. The sleeping king became a symbol for the thing that might fix it, not by rolling back time, but by standing up in the middle of the wreckage and taking hold of it. In that way, the king was not just a return to the past, he was a reckoning, a final breath before change. He didn't come to rule forever. He came to set things right. Then some said he would sleep again, or vanish, or die, but only after the work was done. People still tell the story, though they don't always use the same names. Sometimes it's a soldier long thought dead. Sometimes it's a statesman who disappeared. Sometimes it's no one in particular, just a sense that someone better waits behind the veil. The story keeps because it doesn't promise comfort, it promises presence. The king is not gone, he watches, he listens, and when the time comes, he will act. The sword will be drawn again, not in conquest, but in service. That's why the story lasts. Not because it makes people feel good, but because it gives shape to the moment just before everything breaks, or just after, when nothing else stands. The king sleeps, but not forever. In the 12th century, a man named Malachy, the Archbishop of Armagh, traveled from Ireland to Rome. He went to speak with the Pope and died not long after. But before that, the story goes, he had a vision. He saw a long line of popes stretching into the future, some say 112 of them. Each one came with a short Latin phrase. No names, no dates, just clues. Some were clear, others weren't. Together they made what we now call the Prophecy of the Popes. The document didn't appear until the late 1500s, more than 400 years after Malachy's death. A Benedictine monk brought it to light. He said he found it in the Vatican archives. The timing raised questions. People were suspicious, but others took it seriously. The phrases seemed to match real popes, especially those already elected. One was called Ex Antiquitate Urbis from the Old City. It matched a pope from Rome. Another was De Mediate Lunae, from the half moon, tied to a pope born during a lunar eclipse. Some lines were poetic, others were blunt. Each was short, each carried weight. Not everyone believed Malachy wrote it. Scholars pointed out how the first 70 or so descriptions lined up too neatly with history, too accurate, too convenient. The later ones, the ones not yet fulfilled when the prophecy was published, were vaguer, harder to match. But belief didn't depend on authorship. The text had already entered the public imagination. People read it the way they read the book of Revelation, with care, with doubt, but also with fear. The last pope on the list stands apart. All the others have short mottos. But the final one, number 112, has a paragraph. It says, "In persecution extrema SRE sedebit Petrus Romanus." In the final persecution of the Holy Roman Church, there will sit Peter the Roman. It goes on, "He will feed his flock amid many tribulations, after which the city of 7 hills will be destroyed, and the terrible judge will judge the people." The end. That's where it stops. Peter the Roman. The name alone draws attention. Peter was the first pope, the rock upon which the church was built. Roman ties him to the center of the faith, the Vatican itself. The prophecy loops back to the beginning. The first becomes the last. People have tried to match recent popes to the list. John Paul I, John Paul II, Benedict XVI. Each one received a motto. Some made sense, others required twisting. De Gloria Olivae, of the glory of the olive, was given to Benedict. Some connected him to the Olivetan order or to a message of peace, but the fit was loose. Then came Francis. He's not numbered in the prophecy, at least not clearly. Some believe Benedict was the last on the list before Peter the Roman. That would make Francis the final pope. Others argue the numbering is flexible. They say Francis is in the last entry, Peter the Roman in spirit, if not in name. After all, Francis chose a name never used before. He is not Peter. He is not Roman by birth, but he lives in Rome. He leads the church. He came after a pope who stepped down, which hadn't happened in centuries. If Francis is Peter the Roman, then the final paragraph matters more. It says he will feed his flock during tribulations, not rule with power. Feed, guide, comfort. And it speaks of destruction, not of the faith itself, but of the city. The city of 7 hills is Rome. The phrase could mean literal ruin, fire, war, collapse. Or it could mean a loss of authority, a fall not in buildings, but in trust. The idea of a last pope has power. The pope is meant to be a shepherd, a link between heaven and earth. If he is the last, then something more than leadership is ending. That's why the prophecy stays alive. It speaks to a fear older than any single crisis, that the church will not last forever, that its long chain of successors will break. In earlier centuries, some popes ignored the prophecy. Others kept quiet. During the 17th and 18th centuries, a few took interest. Some saw it as a guide, others as a trap. In times of war or scandal, people returned to it. They looked at the current pope and asked, "Is this the one?" You can imagine a small chapel in France, 1793. Revolution has spread. Churches are burned. Priests are hunted. A nun holds a copy of the prophecy, hidden beneath her habit. She reads the lines by candlelight. Her convent is gone. The pope is in exile. She stops at the last entry, Peter the Roman, the city of 7 hills in ruin. She doesn't know if it's now or still to come. During the Second World War, some read the prophecy again. Bombs fell on Rome. The Pope took refuge. The line about destruction felt too close. Again, it passed, but the words stayed. The prophecy does not give dates. It doesn't say when the end comes, only that it does. That's what makes it powerful. It offers no calendar, just a final figure, a shepherd in dark times, a church under pressure, and a world nearing judgment. There is no official church position on the prophecy. The Vatican does not teach it. It's not considered part of doctrine, but it's not banned either. It lives on the edges, quoted in small books, brought up in interviews, whispered by the curious. Some take comfort in it. Others see it as a warning. The fact that it's vague keeps it open. It can always be applied to the next pope, or the next crisis, or the next moment when people feel the earth shift under their feet. Peter the Roman. Not a name, but a figure. A man who stands at the end, quiet, watching, feeding his flock, even as the city crumbles. The line says he will not stop the judgment, he will only stand through it. That's what makes him the last. The dragon will rise in the north. It always begins with a whisper, a few distant drums, a fire in a forest clearing, then a symbol painted in ash and animal blood, marked on the stones or carved into a tree. The people don't understand it at first. They think it's just another act of mischief, maybe a prank or some fringe cult playing games with old gods. But that's never what it is. It's a sign, a message, something older than kingdoms and laws. The dragon never comes with warning. It wakes slowly, then it burns. In the far north, above the tree line, things don't move fast. The winters stretch so long the calendar loses meaning. Ice chews the roads and swallows the sky. The world shrinks to a fire and the men who sit around it. This is where the dragon sleeps. Not a beast, not literally, but an idea. A force. Something rooted deep in the bones of the land, passed down through stories and scars. It's been dormant for centuries, but every few generations it stirs. And when it does, people remember what came before law, before kings, before God. The dragon often wears a human face. It starts with a leader. Someone who doesn't smile much, someone who listens more than they speak. They don't stand out at first. They walk like others, speak the same tongue, but they carry something strange behind their eyes. They know the old songs. They know the places where churches rot and the earth keeps secrets. They know the old names for wind and fire. They gather others, not with speeches, with silence, with presence. A nod in a tavern, a hand on a shoulder after a funeral. A single word passed through hunters and outlaws. Most of them are men, some aren't. But all of them feel the same pull, not to power, but to meaning. The dragon's rise isn't loud at first. The early signs don't make headlines. A statue beheaded in the churchyard. A bishop found dead with antlers nailed to his chest. A fire in a town hall blamed on lightning, even though the skies were clear. Police come. They investigate, but they find nothing solid. The suspects are silent. The symbols make no sense to them. There are no fingerprints. No one confesses. The police leave, the locals stop talking, and the fire keeps spreading. The dragon thrives where the state retreats, in fishing towns where the factories closed, in villages cut off by snow and silence, in places where the priest left years ago and the only things growing are moss and stories. It slips into the cracks. It offers something no one else does: belonging, memory, revenge. Not in those words, but in shape and feel. It gives people a role, not citizen, not consumer, something older, warrior, watcher, keeper of fire. Rituals return, first in secret, then in the open. They wear furs and iron. They walk barefoot across frozen lakes. They speak to the dead in groves older than the roads. No cameras, no announcements, just presence, just repetition. The state doesn't know how to stop this. It's not a movement. There's no office, no platform, no demands. Just a pattern, just a rhythm. It spreads not through media, but through memory, through gestures, through silence. The dragon is not just pagan revival. It's not about altars and chants. It's about something sharper. It's about breaking. The state, the church, the market, all of them tried to bury the old ways. They burned the groves, they crushed the bones, they rewrote the stories, but they never killed the dragon. They only drove it underground. Now it remembers, and it's hungry. You can see it in the eyes of a boy who walks away from school and doesn't come back. He's not running away. He's going somewhere. To the hills, to the caves, to where the ground opens and the air hums. You see it in a woman who sings in a dead tongue while she tattoos an old symbol into her skin with a knife, not for beauty, for belonging. You see it in the way a town stops using the church bell and starts using horns, not to call to worship, to call to arms. There are weapons, of course there are. Axes mostly. Some blades, not antique, not for show. Black metal, forged by hand, no markings, no fingerprints. They're not for robbery or defense. They're for acts. You find a body in a pine grove wrapped in wolfskin. No ID, no notes, just the smell of smoke and pine and rust. The coroner calls it ritualistic, the papers call it a cult, but the locals just call it a sign. They know what it means. They know what comes next. The dragon doesn't negotiate. It doesn't protest. It acts. It doesn't want seats in parliament. It wants memory, restored in blood and fire. It wants the sound of drums at dusk, the sound of steel on bone. It wants children raised with stories that end in vengeance, not forgiveness. It wants the river dyed red again. And the North lets it happen. Not all of it, but enough. Enough villages where the police don't patrol, enough roads where the cell towers don't reach, enough families who remember the old ways in their bones even if their minds forgot. They don't all join, but they don't all resist either. Some lock their doors and wait. Some leave bread on stone altars. Some watch the flames from the hills and don't look away. It never looks like a war. Not at first. It looks like scattered violence, isolated incidents, a fire here, a disappearance there. The state calls it vandalism, domestic terror. They deploy drones, satellites, algorithms, but none of those things see meaning. They don't see the pattern. They don't see the dragon, because the dragon isn't a thing. It's not a group. It's not even a belief. It's a return to something older, colder, harder, a time before compromise. A time when the gods walked the woods and the land bled if you cut it wrong. It is vengeance against forgetting. It is memory armed with steel. The dragon will rise in the north. It always does. The sea will turn black and swallow cities. That's how the saying goes. People treat it like a myth, a metaphor, but it's not. It starts slow, like everything that matters. First, the tide behaves strangely. It pulls back farther than usual. It leaves behind things the fishermen haven't seen before. Fish with slick skin, no eyes. Eels bloated and rotting, still alive somehow. The water smells wrong, not just of salt and rot, something deeper, like diesel, like decay. The locals notice. They talk, but only among themselves. Outsiders laugh it off, say it's algae, say it's industrial runoff. Maybe it is, but that's not the point. The sea has turned black before. It will again. One morning the beach goes empty. Not because no one comes, but because the beach itself isn't there. The sand is gone, water covers it, thick like oil, and it doesn't pull back. It just sits, flat, dead. No waves, no movement. The surface holds things in place, plastic, driftwood, bones. A pelican stands in it, silent, then it drops. Not dives, drops. Straight down, like it was pulled. Scientists come, they test the water. They don't release the full results. They use phrases like anomalous readings and organic compounds not typically present in coastal ecosystems. They don't lie, they just don't say what they saw, not in public. But one of them speaks to a man who owns a gas station near the dock. Says the sea's reading like crude oil. Heavy, sludgy, but not made of the same stuff. It looks like oil, moves like oil, but it's not oil, it's something else. That's when the people stop swimming. The boats stay docked, the fishers don't go out anymore, even the ones with nothing else. They'd rather starve than be swallowed. Because now boats don't come back, they drift out. No storm, no waves, just silence. Then nothing. A mile out, the sea looks like ink. It doesn't reflect the sky, it drinks light. During the day, it shines like glass. At night, it glows faint blue. Not with plankton, with something else. Something you don't want to name. Then the sea starts to climb. Not a wave, a rise. Inch by inch, not everywhere at once. Just one bay, one inlet. The water line creeps into parking lots, soaks cellars, fills up the gutters. People pump it out, but it comes back. The storm drains gurgle with black water even when the sky is clear. A man in one of those towns goes missing. They find his car at the edge of the marina, door open, lights on. His boots are floating in the water, still tied. They blame climate change. They blame tectonics. They blame the new drilling rig 60 miles offshore. But that rig went dark days before the sea rose. One distress call, then silence. A message recorded on a backup system picked up a voice repeating, "It's underneath us," over and over again. Not screaming, just saying it, calm, like reading off a list. Then static. The sea turns black, but not just in one place. It starts to appear along different coasts, far apart. No connection by current. No shared shipping routes. Just one day it's there. A black tide. It smells like burning rubber and rot. People who touch it don't die right away. They get sick. Skin blisters. Hair falls out. They start to shake. They see things. Shapes in the corner of their eyes. Movement that isn't there. They hear things in the pipes in their drains. Even after they leave the coast, the sickness follows. Some say it isn't a sickness. Some say it's the sea claiming what it touched. Whole towns evacuate, not by order, but by instinct. People pack their things in silence. They leave food behind. Some leave pets. They don't talk about what they saw. They just go. In some towns, no one makes it out. There's no panic, no fire, just stillness, then nothing. A week later, the Coast Guard finds the place submerged, not destroyed, not flooded like after a storm, just underwater, intact, as if the sea decided to cover it, not erase, absorb. Cities feel safe for a while. They're built up, fortified, but the sea doesn't care. It moves underground, through aquifers, through sewage. It finds the cracks. One night, a subway line floods in under 3 minutes. No warning. The emergency pumps fail. The black water bursts through a wall and fills the station. They find no bodies, just shoes, phones, a single drowned rat. They try to fight it. Barriers, dikes, pumps. They pour chemicals into the water. It eats the chemicals and keeps rising. Every action they take feels like it came too late. It isn't just water, it's judgment. Some call it a curse. Some say it's punishment for drilling too deep, burning too much, forgetting the old ways. But the sea never explains itself. It doesn't demand anything. It just advances, slowly, constantly, like it knows it will win. It doesn't stop with flooding. It brings things with it. Creatures not seen before. Long bodies, no eyes, no mouths, but they move. Some of them hum, some of them scream. One washes ashore dead or maybe sleeping. Its skin is smooth like plastic. Its blood eats through sand. They tow it away. That town floods 3 days later. A child in a flooded village says she saw people under the water. Not drowned, not floating, standing, still, looking up through the black. She says they were waiting. The reporter doesn't publish the story, but he doesn't go near the coast again either. Insurance companies stop covering waterfront properties, not because of risk, because of certainty. They write it off. Cities begin relocating. Some go quietly. Others fight, but the sea doesn't care. It doesn't rage. It doesn't strike. It surrounds. It waits. It rises by inches. One night, it's outside your window. You go to sleep. You dream of cold and depth. You wake up choking on salt. There are still places where the sea is blue, but not many, and not for long. The maps are redrawn. The coastlines pull back. Some places are marked uninhabitable. Others are just marked lost. The sea turns black. The cities fall in silence. The people go inland, but not fast enough. No one sails anymore. Planes fly over, but they don't look down. Satellites track the spread, but the data comes back scrambled after a point. A wet line crosses the world, eating ports, roads, towers. Some say it will stop. Others say it already has a plan. They point to patterns, shapes in the flooded grids, old symbols reformed in drowned streets. The sea will turn black and swallow cities. It doesn't shout, it doesn't roar. It rises, it watches, and then it takes. The dead shall rise, not to live, but to haunt. It starts with a smell. Not strong, not right away, just faint, like wet earth mixed with rot. It drifts through alleys and stairwells. It lingers in old buildings, the ones that haven't seen fresh paint or new tenants in years. People say it's the drains, or the heat, but heat doesn't make the lights flicker. It doesn't make the dogs whine and refuse to enter a room they've slept in their whole lives. It doesn't explain the footsteps on the stairs when no one else is home. They don't rise all at once, not in a burst. It's slow, uneven, quiet, the kind of haunting that doesn't make news at first. A figure in the corner of the eye, a reflection in a screen that doesn't match the room. Voices that sound like family but speak too slowly. People say they're tired, say they're hearing things. They stop sleeping, then they stop speaking. Not everyone, just a few. The kind who walk past plague pits without knowing they're there. Most cities are built on graves. That's not superstition, that's history. Layers of the dead under every sidewalk, every basement, every parking structure. War dead, disease dead, forgotten dead. Some were buried quickly, without names. Some were thrown into pits and covered with lime. The records are gone or ignored. Developers build over them. Sometimes they find bones, sometimes they don't. Either way, they keep building, and the dead stay quiet until they don't. The first real signs show up in hospitals, not in the new wings, in the old ones. The ones with tile walls and narrow halls. Night nurses start reporting cold spots, full body chills. Equipment turns off without warning. One nurse on the night shift in a closed ward says she saw a man standing in the hall. Pale, soaked, no eyes. He didn't move. She blinked, and he was gone. They check the security feed. There's no man, but the hallway goes dark for 11 seconds. No camera failure, just black, as if something stepped in front of the lens. At first it's isolated, then it spreads. Not as events, as behavior. People living near the old quarters, by the cemeteries, the infirmaries, the chapels turned condos, start acting strange. They walk in their sleep. They leave their doors open at night. One man is found standing on his balcony at 3 a.m., barefoot, whispering into the dark. His wife says he doesn't remember it. He says he doesn't dream anymore. Some of the dead still wear their faces. Others don't. Some appear in uniform, soldiers from wars no one remembers, nurses in blood-stained aprons, miners with soot-covered hands. Others are less formed, just shapes, shadows that flicker between streetlights or settle in the back seats of empty buses. But all of them bring the same thing, a weight in the air, like a room holding its breath. People don't talk about it, not openly, but they change their routes. They avoid certain corners. They keep the lights on longer than they used to. In one town, children start digging in the yard, not playfully, with purpose. They dig in lines, in grids. When asked, they say they're making room. A woman in that same neighborhood wakes up to find muddy footprints leading from her door to her bedroom. She lives alone. The door was locked. The prints stop at her bed. Historians step in. They dig through records. They find a pattern. In every location reporting hauntings, there's a past outbreak. Typhus, smallpox, the Black Death. Always mass graves, always a rush to bury. No rites, no markers, just dirt over flesh and forgotten names. When the living forget, the dead remember. Churches try blessings, cities try exorcists. None of it holds. The dead don't want peace. They don't want return. They want presence. They want to be seen, but not for comfort. They don't cry out for help. They don't reach for family. They linger with intent, haunt with precision. They find the weak places, cracked plaster, forgotten stairwells, old train tunnels that haven't run in years. They settle in, not like invaders, but like landlords returning to claim what was never given away. A group of utility workers restoring old lines in a southern district report hearing music, not from speakers, from the walls. A slow hymn, off-key, underwater. One worker doesn't return. They find his helmet, but nothing else. Later, the line he was working on sparks and dies. When they check the footage, the feed loops every 27 seconds, showing the same 10 feet of tunnel. A figure appears in only one loop. It turns toward the camera. Then the screen cracks. In apartment buildings near old burial sites, mirrors start fogging without cause, even when the air is dry. Tenants report faces behind them when they brush their teeth. Not always human, sometimes stretched, sometimes burnt, sometimes blank. A woman leaves a note before vanishing. They keep looking for their names. Some dead stay silent. Others speak. They say things in dead languages. In Latin, in Old Welsh, in tongues long buried. Linguists try to translate. The phrases come out strange. You left us in the ash. The earth does not hold. Names break bones. No one knows what they mean, but they keep repeating. One phrase is heard in more than one location. It's carved into walls, whispered in static, written in condensation on windows. We are still here. Technology doesn't help. Phones pick up voices when calls drop. Static forms words. Drones flying over old graveyards lose power mid-air and fall in spirals. The footage, when recovered, shows frames where faces press up against the lens from underneath the soil. The dead don't rise to walk the earth in joy. They don't dance. They don't reunite. They drift. They stand. They wait. Some reach out and touch. Others only watch. But their presence grows. They haunt the gaps between thoughts, between steps, between breaths. They make no demands. They simply are. In one city, the municipal office receives 243 reports of non-human occupants in a single month. No injuries, no assaults, just sightings, silence, and a rise in insomnia. People stop looking in windows after dark. They put black tape over their peepholes, not out of paranoia, out of respect. They've come to accept it. In a town built over a plague pit, a local library is found empty one morning. Not vandalized, abandoned. Books scattered, chairs overturned, every clock stopped at 2:17 a.m. No one remembers hearing anything. But across town, at the same time, every door with a metal handle swings open, as if pulled by the same unseen hand. The dead don't want life. They had it. What they want is presence, memory, to exist in the minds of the living again, even if only through fear. They haunt not as ghosts, but as witnesses, to what was buried, to what was denied. And now, when the air grows cold and the walls crack without reason, people understand. The dead have risen, not to live, but to stay. The blood tree will bloom again. That's how the old warning goes. Not shouted, not carved into stone, just passed down, low and slow. It sounds like folklore, one of those village tales told when the fire burns low and the wind taps at the shutters, but there's truth in it. It only takes one person to see it bleed. After that, you can't deny it. Most don't believe the tree exists. They walk past it every day. It stands like any other, tall, broad, rough bark, leaves that shift with the seasons. But the blood tree hides in plain sight. It waits. It grows where the ground remembers pain. Battlefields turned parks, execution grounds paved over with quiet streets, forgotten places where people suffered, then got erased. The roots of the blood tree reach into those memories, and it feeds on them. When it blooms, the change is quiet. The leaves go dark, even in spring. Not dead, just heavy. The branches sag like they're carrying too much weight. Then the first cut happens. Sometimes it's a storm that breaks a limb, sometimes a boy with a knife, sometimes a bird pecks at the wrong place. Whatever the cause, the result is always the same. It bleeds. Not sap, not resin. Blood. Thick, dark, warm. It drips not in a stream but in pulses, like something behind the bark still has a heartbeat. The first few drops fall slow. They hit the dirt and the ground changes. Grass dies. Worms rise and twist, then stop moving. Flies come, not in hundreds, but in thousands. They stay in a cloud above the roots. They don't land. They just hover, waiting. The town doesn't panic at first. They send someone to check it. A city worker with gloves and a clipboard. He touches the bark, then pulls away quick. He says it's wet, but not sticky. He won't describe the smell. Later, he stops showing up to work. People say he moved out of town. His apartment sits empty for 3 months before someone checks inside. They find his boots near the door, both filled with a dark, thick fluid. No body, just the boots. The bloom spreads slowly at first. It doesn't throw out flowers like normal trees. It forms clusters, red, fibrous, soft to the touch. They pulse slightly if you press a finger to them. People think it's a fungus. Scientists come. They take samples. The samples don't make it to the lab. One van crashes on a straight road in clear weather. The driver's eyes are open, but the coroner says he died before the impact. Not all blood trees grow in cities. Some stand alone, deep in forests. Hunters pass them without noticing. Then they stop. Something about the air. No birds, no rustling, just a hush. The kind that settles before a storm or right after a scream. One hunter in the north tells his story in pieces. He says the tree grew where his brother was buried after a bad winter. Says he saw the bark split and open like skin. Says he heard it whisper in a voice that wasn't his brother's. People think it's psychological. Mass suggestion. Hysteria. But you can't fake the blood. Lab results don't match any known animal, not even human. Too much iron, no white cells, just something close, something old. One sample contains fragments of teeth, not full teeth, pieces. Tiny, jagged, like something chewed its way out from inside the wood. Reports rise. One tree turns into 2, then 4, all far apart. No shared soil, no weather link, but all show the same signs. Blood, bloom, decay around the roots. The dead zone spreads. Birds avoid it. Animals go silent. People near the trees start to act differently. Not violent, not at first, just detached. They stop checking the mail. They eat less. They don't answer the phone. Then one day they walk into the woods and don't come back. A teacher in a town with a blooming tree draws something on the chalkboard during a math lesson. Not numbers, a spiral made of veins. She doesn't speak. The class watches. One student starts crying, another passes out. The teacher finishes the drawing, puts down the chalk, and walks out the door. She isn't seen again. Children hear the trees first. They call it singing, not loud, not cheerful. A hum that rises when no one else is listening. A child in the South tells his mother the tree told him a secret. When she asks what it said, he answers, "It remembers." That night, the dog scratches at the door until its paws bleed. The family moves the next morning. The blood attracts people, not crowds, individuals, drifters, people with no names. They sit beneath the branches, they touch the roots, they whisper to themselves. They don't sleep, they don't blink much. Police try to move them. Sometimes they leave. Other times they just sit until their hearts stop. No cause found, no trauma, just absence. Governments don't comment. They send crews to cut the trees down. It doesn't work. Chainsaws stall, blades snap. Even if they manage to bring a tree down, it grows back. Same spot, same roots. Sometimes overnight. Fire doesn't hold either. The bark chars, but the core stays wet. The smoke smells like meat left out in the sun. One firefighter vomits and keeps vomiting for hours. They put him in isolation. He says the tree showed him things. Fields of bones, skies full of ash. He dies with his eyes wide open. The bloom marks something. Not a plague, not a war, a return, or a warning. No one's sure. But the pattern is there. Every time the blood tree blooms, something breaks. A dam, a border, a law. One year, a bloom lines up with a city's water turning red for 3 hours. No contamination found. Another year, all the clocks in a region lose exactly 13 minutes. Not forward, not backward, just gone. Some say the trees are not from here. Others say they are what's left of something that once ruled, something we buried. The roots reach deeper than we understand, into memory, into time, into everything we forgot on purpose. The blood tree doesn't seek the sun, it grows toward pain, toward old soil soaked in sorrow, toward wounds never healed. And when it blooms, it does not ask, it does not explain, it opens, it bleeds, and the world watches. When the bells ring backward, doom will follow. That's the saying. People whisper it in old villages where churches lean and steeples rust. It doesn't come from books, it comes from memory, passed down by those who saw it happen once and told someone else before they died. Most ignore it. A phrase like that sounds like superstition, but the bells don't care what you believe. When they ring in reverse, something always breaks. The bells don't reverse because of wind. It's not a trick of weather or weight. It happens in clear air, no storms, no tremors, just a calm morning or a quiet evening, and then the sound comes. You don't notice it at first. It's just bells after all. But something's wrong in the rhythm. The tone bends backward. Instead of rising, it falls. Instead of echoing, it pulls. A sound meant to call the living now seems to summon something else. In one town, it began at dawn. The church stood locked, no one inside. No one had touched the ropes, but the bell rang. Low, then higher, then back again, like a recording played in reverse. The sound moved through the fields. It made the dogs lie down. It made birds drop mid-flight. People stepped outside and stood still, as if waiting for something to explain it. Nothing did. They checked the bell tower. The mechanism hadn't shifted. The ropes hadn't moved. The pastor refused to climb the stairs. He said he dreamed of fire the night before and saw the bell swinging with no hand on the rope. He said a voice in the dream told him not to go up. He didn't, but someone else did. A maintenance worker climbed up with a flashlight. He took photos. Most were fine. One wasn't. It showed the bell upside down, as if flipped, though it was mounted right side up when he looked at it. He sent the photo to his sister and turned off his phone. The next morning, he was gone. His truck was still there. His lunch still sat on the front seat, untouched. In the photo he sent, behind the bell, just above the beam, a shape hung in the air. Too tall to be a man, too thin to be a shadow. The bells don't ring backward everywhere, only in certain places, always near old ground. Places built on bones, sealed with prayers and forgotten in time. Not all of them are marked. Some churches were raised fast with no regard for what lay below. In one city, an old cathedral had been converted into a hotel. The bell was left for show. It never rang. Then one night, it sounded. Guests on the 5th floor reported hearing it from inside their walls. The tone made the paint peel. One woman lost hearing in her right ear. A recording taken by a tourist came back scrambled, just static and a low voice repeating a name no one recognized. People want explanations. They say it's old metal reacting to cold air. They say it's structural fatigue, gravity, rust, bad wiring. But none of that explains why the bells ring only at certain times, always alone, always in reverse. And none of it explains the aftermath, because something always happens next. It doesn't strike right away. Sometimes days pass, sometimes a week, but it comes. A landslide, a flood, a school collapse, a power plant breach, a bridge that twists mid-span and pulls cars into the river. Always sudden, always unexpected, always near the bell tower that rang backward. Emergency crews work hard, experts give statements, but none of them mention the bell, even if they heard it, even if they woke up with it echoing in their skull. In a rural parish, the bell rang backward during a funeral. It interrupted the service. No one touched the rope. The bell swayed on its own. People scattered. The ground cracked near the altar. 2 days later, the cemetery flooded. Not from rain, from below. Coffins surfaced, bones floated, names washed away from the stones. A priest in a nearby town tried to warn others. He'd heard the bell go wrong once in his youth. He said the sound made his vision blur. He said the birds didn't sing for days. He told the council to dismantle the bell, to melt it down, to bury the pieces. They refused. Said it was tradition. Said the tower was protected. The priest left town. That winter, an avalanche came through a slope no one thought unstable. It missed the town square by inches. The bell tower stood, but the bell itself had cracked clean through. They found the bell rope coiled neatly, but wet, soaked with something that looked like water but smelled like iron and ash. Children are the first to notice. They hear the tone before anyone else. A backwards bell has a pull to it. It drags the mind. It scrapes at memory. Some children start walking toward the sound, even in sleep. A boy in one coastal village walked out into the tide. He was pulled back. He kept saying, "It's calling from under." His family left town that night. Sound engineers tried to model the reversed ring. They built simulations. None worked. The tone was wrong, always wrong. A frequency inside the real bell can't be captured. One recording tech suffered seizures when he tried to isolate the waveform. He said he saw faces inside the graph, faces with mouths open but no eyes. After that, they stopped trying to record. What the bell's signal isn't always clear, but something follows. Not just physical damage, sometimes it's memory loss. A whole town forgets an entire week. Hospital logs go blank. Children's drawings shift, all dark towers, upside-down arches, red bells ringing over houses drawn with no doors. People go missing, not with a struggle. They vanish quietly. Their names stay behind, their faces fade. Churches try to cleanse the bell. They bless it. They cover it. One group sealed their tower in concrete. A month later, a tremor split the foundation. The concrete cracked. The bell rang. This time the sound came from underground. There are stories older than the churches, stories of bells that ring to wake the dead. Not physically, not bodies. Memory, grief, judgment. Some say the backward ring calls something to witness, something deep, something old, not evil, not good, just awake. People still gather in towns where it happens. They wait beneath the tower when the sound starts. Some pray, some record, some don't speak at all. One man stood beneath the ringing bell and wept without stopping. When asked why, he said, "It's not warning us. It's telling us we've been heard." When the bells ring backward, no one claims it's a hoax. Not anymore. The sound can't be made by accident. It doesn't echo. It absorbs. It takes the shape of the place it rings in. Some people try to leave. Most don't. They stay and wait, as if what's coming can't be outrun anyway, and they might be right. The sky will weep poison. That's the phrase. Old, passed from mouth to mouth, mostly forgotten now. People used to say it in warning, like they knew something the rest had tried to forget. They weren't wrong. It starts slow, like most things that go wrong. The clouds don't come in fast. They creep, pale at first, gray, then darker, not like thunderclouds, but like smoke soaked into cotton. They hang too low. People notice that. They look heavy, pressed down, as if something above them wants to fall. The first drops come without thunder. There's no wind, no lightning, just a quiet drizzle. You'd think it was nothing, a passing shower, but the rain hits different. It leaves marks on the glass, not spots, streaks. Long, pale trails like something oily dragged down the window. People step out without umbrellas. Then they stop. The rain stings, not sharp, just wrong. The skin it touches turns red. After a while it peels. It starts with itching. Then the blisters rise. They test the rainwater. It reads acidic. Not enough to burn through clothes, but enough to corrode car paint, enough to warp plastic. They say it's pollution, industry, fallout from distant fires. But there are no fires that day. No smoke in the upper winds, no power plants went down, and the storm doesn't move. It stays over one town, like it chose it. Leaves turn black, not shriveled, soft and black, like soaked paper. Roof tiles begin to erode at the edges. Dogs refuse to go outside. Cats vanish. A man in a small neighborhood walks out in the rain wearing a tarp. He carries a bottle to collect samples. He brings it inside, and by the time he unscrews the cap, the liquid has turned cloudy and green. He pours it into a sink. The metal drain hisses. Later that night, the pipes burst. A fine mist spreads through the kitchen, and the walls start to bubble. Some try to flee. Roads clog fast, tires slip, even though there's no mud, no ice, just rain. The windshield wipers smear more than they clean. Visibility drops. A family drives through it anyway. Their car dies in the middle of the bridge out of town. They sit there all night, waiting, watching the water eat through the railing in slow, white streaks. The people who stay shut their windows. They tape the cracks, they wear gloves indoors. It helps for a time. Then the rain gets in anyway, through vents, through roofs, through unseen holes in old brick. It soaks into carpet and bed sheets. People wake up coughing. Their breath tastes like metal. They spit blood, but not red. Brown, thick, gritty like soil. Doctors come. They wear suits, the kind used for chemical spills. They ask questions. They take swabs. They don't give answers. One says something he wasn't supposed to. He calls it airborne soil breakdown. Says something's in the clouds that came up, not down. Says the rain's pulling minerals from somewhere it shouldn't. He stops talking after that. Leaves town the same day. No one else speaks on the record. The rain doesn't stop. It fades for a few hours, then returns, over and over. Always the same places, always the same pattern. One circle of destruction that follows no wind. Some think it's random. Others see shape in it, old shapes. Patterns scratched into the side of the hill behind the factory, ones no one noticed before. Animals rot faster in the rain. Birds fall from trees and hit the ground soft like overripe fruit. Their feathers slip off. Squirrels found near drains have no eyes, just pits. Their paws curl around their own throats. People begin to hallucinate, or say they do. They see faces in the clouds, not detailed, just impressions. The same face over and over, thin, mouth open, not screaming, just watching. A girl in one of the schools starts drawing it. She covers every notebook. When her teacher takes the pencil from her, she chews through the wood until her gums bleed. Her parents take her away. Their car doesn't make it out of the rain. Children stop sleeping. They say the rain speaks, not in words, in rhythm. Taps against the window in a pattern. One says it's a message. Another says it's a name. A boy in a basement apartment writes that name on the wall with his own blood. The name doesn't match anything in the records. Not a language, not a person, just shapes scratched deep. Water systems fail. The filtration plants can't keep up. The rain gets into the reservoirs. It doesn't dilute. It changes the water, turns it cloudy, then thick, then dry as if it drinks itself. Pipes go dry, but the basements flood. The floodwater smells like rust and meat. One town, desperate, covers the streets in plastic tarps. They build tunnels out of garbage bags and duct tape. They burn incense in the churches. They read from old books, not holy ones found in locked drawers. Books no one remembered owning. The rain still comes. They say this isn't the first time, that somewhere deep in the ground are rocks that once wept the same poison, that a people lived here long before the cities and they vanished without trace. No bodies, no ruins, just soil so acidic it burned the boots of the first settlers. Someone tries to burn the clouds, sends chemicals into the sky. It makes the rain stop for 1 hour. Then it comes back darker, thicker, not rain now, sap. It clings, it stains skin yellow. Those it touches don't scream. They go still. They lean back their heads and let it cover their faces. Towers corrode, power lines collapse, phones die one by one. Towers work, but no one calls. Nothing comes through the speakers but a low, slow hum. When recorded and played back, the sound warps into the same rhythm the children heard in the windows. The same name, again and again. People leave notes before they go. Some walk into the rain, some jump from roofs, some open their mouths to the sky and drink. They always write the same thing. It was always meant to return. The clouds move inland, slowly, always against the wind, not blown, carried, like a thing with thought. A direction, a hunger, and wherever they pass, the rain comes down. It eats metal, it eats stone, it eats memory. The sky will weep poison, not to destroy quickly, but to remind, to erase, to unmake. The rain will fall, and the ground will change, and the people will forget what the sky looked like before it turned black. An infant born with wolf eyes will tear down the cross. That's the warning. Not written in holy books, but whispered by those who keep old knowledge. You don't find it in sermons or prophecy. It doesn't come from scripture. It lives in the spaces between, in the things priests won't say out loud, in the look they give each other when a baby doesn't cry right or when a child watches the moon too long without blinking. The birth never happens in a hospital. It's always somewhere quiet. A roadside cabin, a farmhouse with no signal, a snowbound town where the roads ice over and the generator fails. The mother survives, but barely. Her blood runs hot and the air grows sharp. The baby comes early. It doesn't scream. It breathes slow and steady, eyes already open. That's the first sign. The eyes, gray, not pale, deep and flat like river stones. Too focused. The nurses feel it if they're there. One looks away, says she felt like prey. Another won't touch the child a second time. One doctor quits without giving notice, leaves town and doesn't return. The child grows quiet, not slow, just still. It doesn't coo or babble. It watches. It doesn't smile. Its pupils stay narrow, even in dim light. At night, it doesn't sleep like other infants. It stares at the ceiling for hours, awake, not fussing. Some say they hear it growl, not crying, not gasping, but a low, soft growl like something testing its voice. At first, the signs are easy to miss. The child looks normal, mostly. No fangs, no claws. It walks when it should, it eats, it plays, but animals won't go near it. Dogs snap and then retreat. Cats hide under furniture. Birds stop singing when it's outside. The air gets heavy when it laughs, like thunder thinking about rolling in. The parents try to be normal. They take it to church. The first time, the candles blow out mid-service. No breeze, no open doors, just a quiet hiss and then darkness. The priest forgets his place in the sermon. He loses the words mid-sentence, staring down from the pulpit as the child stares back. He finishes early. After that, the family stops going. Later, the same church burns. No signs of arson, no lightning, just smoke at dawn and flames by morning. The cross above the entrance splits down the middle and falls backward, not forward. The fire doesn't spread. It stops at the fence line like something chose a boundary and held it. Investigators call it odd, but move on. No one links it to the child, not officially, but everyone knows. The child doesn't get sick, not once. Not a fever, not a sniffle. Doctors try to test its blood. The samples coagulate too fast. They run the numbers twice. The results don't fit. Too much iron, not enough markers. The machines reject the data. One nurse says she saw the vial move on its own, not roll, shift, like it flexed. Dreams around the child start to change. Neighbors wake up with the taste of fur in their mouths. A girl down the street bites her brother during the night and doesn't remember it. People hear howling, but no dogs live nearby. It's not a loud howl, it's low, far off, but it gets closer over time. At school, the child learns fast, too fast, reads books in a night, draws things that aren't in the curriculum, old symbols, maps of woods that don't exist anymore, shapes of bones. A teacher finds one of the drawings and tries to report it. She's found the next morning asleep at her desk, surrounded by torn pages. She quits 2 days later. The cross comes up often. The child draws it, then crosses it out. Not once, over and over. Always the same. An upright cross, then a slash through the middle, or a claw mark or flames. Sometimes it's turned upside down. Sometimes it's broken. The child never explains, just shrugs when asked. Religious objects don't last near it. A rosary bursts into pieces during a stormless night. A Bible warps, its pages soaked despite the room staying dry. One priest, brave or foolish, tries to bless the child. He lays a hand on its head. His fingers blister. He says he saw a field of wolves in the boy's eyes, all standing still, waiting for a signal. The tearing down of the cross isn't always physical. It starts with doubt. Believers lose their faith, not in a loud way, quietly. One day they stop praying. One day they stop saying grace. One day they stop believing. Whole congregations drift. The church is empty. The altars go cold. Where the child walks, things change. Trees grow in strange shapes. Paths curve differently. Moss grows in symbols. Rain falls where it shouldn't. The moon hangs longer in the sky as if it's watching. People feel it. They talk about tension in the air, like before a fight. No thunder, no wind, just pressure, waiting. When the child turns 10, wolves show up, not in packs, one by one. Seen at the edge of roads, near the school, by the playground, cameras never catch them. But people see the prints, big, clean, pressed deep, no known species, too large, too long. The scent they leave behind smells like rust and pine. The child doesn't speak often, but when it does, it speaks with weight. It asks about power, about blood, about history not taught in school. It knows names no one told it. It hums old songs. One night, it sings a lullaby in a dead dialect, A linguist hears it and says the language hasn't been spoken in 900 years. The child won't sing it again. The tearing down of the cross happens slowly, not just in buildings but in minds. It isn't destruction, it's unmaking. The meaning fades. What once held weight becomes hollow. One by one, people stop believing in salvation. They believe in other things now, old things, blood things, eyes in the dark and teeth that gleam under moonlight. Some say the child will change shape. That one night, under the right moon, it will shed its skin. Not into a beast, into its truest form. Something with breath like smoke and eyes like winter. Something that doesn't kneel. When asked about the future, the child says nothing, just looks up into the dark sky. It doesn't smile. It doesn't need to. The cross falls, the wolves wait, and the infant with wolf eyes watches it all unfold. The earth shall open and devour the righteous. That's what the old ones said. Not in anger, not in warning, just in fact. Like saying the tide will rise or the harvest will come late. People used to believe the earth would protect them, that if they prayed, followed the rules and kept their hands clean, the ground would stay solid under their feet. But it doesn't work that way. The cracks don't care who's kneeling when they come. It doesn't begin with thunder. There's no flash, no sirens. The air goes still. People talk about the silence first, how the birds stop calling, how the breeze disappears. Even the dogs sense it. They whine, not at doors, not at people, at the floor. The first sign is usually small, a tremor that barely rattles the glasses, a fissure in a parking lot, a crack in a church wall that wasn't there yesterday, plastered dust on the pews. Then the smell starts, damp, sour, something from deeper than soil, not rot, not gas, something older, like the breath of something that's been asleep too long. People think they're safe in groups, that they can run outside, find open ground, and wait for it to pass. That worked once, before this kind of shaking started. Now the ground picks its targets. It opens wide and fast in precise places, always where they gather, always where they believe they're protected. A church in the north collapses inward during morning service, not from wind, not from age. The foundation splits in half, the ground swallows the altar, 33 inside, not one body recovered. The earth folds over itself when it's done, as if nothing happened, no rubble, just silence. The towns try to explain. Fault lines, pressure, sinkholes, but the patterns don't hold. The breaks aren't following plates. They show up in places with no history of movement, no warning. One moment the world holds, the next it doesn't. One village gathers to pray after a series of small tremors. They stand hand in hand in the square, eyes closed, calling out to something higher. The crack splits the cobblestone from one end of the courtyard to the other. Everyone falls, everyone but a single man watching from his window. He doesn't speak for days. When he does, all he says is, "It took them mid-hymn." These aren't just quakes, they're selections. No pattern in age or race, but the devout go first. The ones who believe. Not loudly, quietly. The kind of belief you carry in your bones, not your mouth. They get taken more than anyone else. A woman in the mountains keeps her Bible under her pillow. She never misses church, never drinks, never swears. She goes out to feed the chickens and vanishes in front of her husband. One moment she's there. The next, the ground pulls her in with no sound, no debris, just a hole the size of a person and the faint smell of dust. Scientists measure the events. They chart them. They call them shallow ruptures, anomalies, surface collapses. But none of the data matches. Instruments go haywire before the opening. GPS fails. Seismic readings don't record. Something interrupts them, as if the earth itself erases its tracks after each act. People start building away from the earth. They raise their homes on pillars. They sleep on rooftops. They pave their yards. But the ground doesn't care about tricks. When it wants you, it finds you. A preacher in the South gives a sermon on faith, holding firm during chaos. His chapel stands on concrete, reinforced, no basement. The floor breaks under his pulpit mid-sentence. No tremor, just a drop, clean and vertical. They never find the bottom. Not all the holes take, some open and wait. Gaping mouths in the fields or sidewalks. People stare into them, unsure what to do. They say the air above those holes hums. They say if you lean in far enough, you hear voices. Not screaming, not crying, just steady whispers that speak in your own voice. After a while, people stop gathering. Churches go empty. Temples close their gates. The priests leave or stay behind in silence. Not out of cowardice, out of certainty. They know now the ground doesn't answer to prayers. It listens to something else. In one city, after the fourth collapse in a week, a group holds vigil in a parking lot. No crosses, no candles, just people standing in a circle, not speaking. As night falls, the asphalt bubbles, not from heat, from pressure. It gives way in the center. No one runs. They hold hands as they fall. The government responds like it always does. Barriers, warnings, evacuations. But the cracks don't follow the rules. A shelter collapses in the middle of a relief effort. 3 geologists vanish during a live broadcast. The feed cuts to static, and the sound that comes through isn't white noise. It's breathing. Some start worshiping the ground itself. Not the God above, but the force below. They kneel on bare soil. They smear their faces with dust. They chant in tones that don't match any language. They don't vanish, but they don't speak anymore either. The righteous keep falling. Good people, honest people, ones who've done no wrong. That's what makes it different. It's not punishment. It's betrayal. The earth chooses not the wicked, not the violent, but the faithful. The ones who stood firm. The ones who trusted. It opens beneath them like a mouth swallowing its own children. They say a boy in a remote village dreamed it before it started. Said he saw people floating above the world, and the ground below them cracked like skin. He said the voice told him they held the line too long, now the line breaks. The boy doesn't speak anymore. He draws maps of fault lines that don't exist on any geological record, until they do. It's not just ground giving way. Bridges twist mid-span and fall into rivers. Mountain trails split, canyons form overnight, but only where they gather, only where they hope. You don't feel the earth move before it opens. That's the part that breaks people. You can be walking, breathing, thinking about dinner, and then you're falling. Straight down, like the ground decided it doesn't recognize you anymore. And in every town where it happens, something always stays behind. Not debris, not bones. Just a fine powder along the edges of the break, pale gray, always the same texture, like ash. But it doesn't burn, it stains. People used to bless the ground before they planted. They poured milk into it, sang over it, thanked it for holding their homes and dead. Now they stay off the dirt. They build up on steel and stone, hoping distance might buy them time. But deep down, everyone knows the truth. The earth remembers, and it has begun to choose. When ravens feast in daylight, kings will fall. That's the old line, carved into stone behind the altar in a chapel no one uses anymore. Most pass by it without noticing. Some see it, read it, and forget. But a few feel it settle into the back of their mind like a nail. Ravens eat all the time. They scavenge and pick at what's left behind. But when they gather in full sun, in silence, and start tearing flesh while the sky stays clear, that's not normal. That's not habit. That's a sign. It doesn't start with war, not with fire or noise. It starts with birds, not 1 or 2, dozens, sometimes more. They come down out of nowhere, land in the middle of town, and wait. People think it's a migration pattern, a fluke, a change in wind. But they don't move like migrating birds. They don't call out or look for food. They watch. They settle on rooftops, railings, wires. They stare through windows. One sits on the hood of a parked car and doesn't flinch when the engine starts. Another lands beside a child in a park and doesn't fly away when it's approached. The old farmers know what it means. They stop their work, stand still, and look to the trees. They've seen it before. Long ago, during the quiet years before something loud. One remembers a morning when the birds came down in a circle, ate a stray dog, and left the bones clean in less than 10 minutes. That same week, the mayor died in his sleep. The next month, the factory shut down without notice. It's not the feasting itself that signals the fall. It's the timing. Ravens will eat any time they can, but not all together, not in full sun, not without cawing, not without trying to hide it. When they do it plain, in the open, like they want to be seen, that's when the cracks start forming in the palace walls. Not always literally, but always in power. One city saw them line the courthouse steps, 42 of them, just standing. People filmed it. The video made rounds online. No one noticed what happened after. The judge overseeing a high-profile trial vanished the next morning. His car was found abandoned, door open, seats soaked in something thick and black. Not oil, not blood, no name for it in the report. People think omens are poetic, that they leave room for interpretation. But there's nothing subtle in this. When the ravens land and feed, the message is direct. The king will fall. Not always a literal monarch. Sometimes a leader, a ruler, a name held up too long without question. Sometimes it's a system, sometimes a church. Whoever it is, they won't last. The birds always gather in silence. That's the other rule. No sound, no beating wings, no rustle. They land soft, eat fast, and leave quietly. One woman says she saw them pull apart a deer hit by a car in broad daylight. No one else on the road. Not a sound as they stripped it. She couldn't hear her own breath, couldn't hear the wind, just tearing. One by one, the birds looked up at her when they finished. Then they flew away. It happened before a coup in the east. 2 weeks earlier, a swarm of ravens landed in the Capitol Square. Tourists took pictures. News anchors joked about it. Then came the resignations, the generals, the leaked reports, the president stepping down, no speeches, no warning. The birds didn't cause it. They just marked it. In another town, children found them in the schoolyard, pecking at something under the slide. Not roadkill, not trash. A man's hand fresh, no body. The police taped off the area. By the time the coroner arrived, the hand was gone. Not just moved, gone. Feathers covered the grass. The next day, the chief of police was found hanging from a bridge. No note. His boots sat at the edge, filled with birdseed. Ravens don't just feast on the dead. Sometimes they make the feast. One nest was found with jewelry inside. Gold rings, cufflinks, a small cross. All polished, all clean. Each item belonged to someone influential. One was missing. 2 were dead. The last one vanished after giving a press conference where his hands shook so badly he had to grip the podium to speak. It doesn't matter how far removed a person thinks they are from the throne. If they wear the crown, real or symbolic, the birds will come. You don't need a castle to be a king. You only need control, a company, a church, a town, a voice that others follow. When that voice grows too loud, when the crown sits too heavy, the birds notice. They come to watch. Then they come to eat. One priest said he saw them gathering on the ridge behind his chapel. No noise, just lining the stones. Watching. That week, his sermons went quiet. He stopped calling for donations. He stopped naming names. The flock thinned. He didn't push back. The chapel still stands, but the steeple bell hasn't rung since. Sometimes the birds are seen days before the fall. Other times, hours. One king, real, titled, surrounded by security, was caught watching the sky from his balcony. He pointed at something no one else could see, said the ravens had arrived early. That night, a tremor hit the coast. His motorcade went into the sea. The birds don't chase, they don't threaten. They don't bring death like a curse. They bring notice. Their presence is an announcement. The crown is slipping. The blood is close. The feast is near. No one knows where they go after. No one tracks them. Tagging them never works. The bands fall off. The signals die. They fly north or east or not at all. Some say they vanish midair, wings folding in and gone like smoke. Some say they don't fly. They fall upward. What matters is this. If you see them in daylight and they're gathered and they're eating, something is about to end. Not maybe. Not in metaphor. Not far off. Soon. The sky will stay blue. The sun will shine, but something high will fall hard, and the birds will clean the bones. The horn shall sound from the mountain of bones. That's what they used to say when the air went still in the high valleys and the dogs refused to climb the ridgeline. Not many repeat it now. Most don't even remember the words, but some still carry it in their mouths, passed down like a bad taste you can't swallow. They say it softly, as if saying it too loud might stir something underneath. The Mountain of Bones isn't marked on maps, not by that name. It goes by other names now: St. Joseph's Peak, Ridge 31, Quarry Hill. Safe names, neutral names, but the mountain doesn't care what name you give it. It remembers its own. It was never a battlefield, not in the usual way. No flags, no lines. But thousands died there, stacked beneath stone, buried in lime, forgotten beneath layers of weather and time. They came in carts, they came in chains. They came sick and didn't leave. Plague camps, old prisons, execution pits. No headstones, no prayers, just silence. People built things near it thinking it was just a mountain, a ski resort, a mine, a hiking trail. Some of those places still stand, most don't. Not because of storms, not because of age. They just fell apart, bit by bit. Rusted, cracked, swallowed by frost or moss or time. Not all at once, just gone. The horn doesn't sound often, only when something wakes. It doesn't sound like a trumpet or a siren. It doesn't come from a speaker. It doesn't echo the way it should. It rolls through the air like a low groan, like something being pushed up through stone. It carries through rock and water. Some feel it in their chest before they hear it. Others feel it in their teeth. The sound is wide, like it doesn't come from one place, but from the whole mountain at once. And it never sounds more than once. Just one long note. One warning. No one builds close anymore. Not since the last time the horn sounded. That was 15 years ago, a cold spring, snow still on the trees. 3 hikers heard it first. They turned around, went straight to town, said it came from the summit, but they hadn't seen anything. Just the sound, deep, like a tunnel collapsing underground. By the end of the week, 6 others were missing. Not just gone from the trails, gone from homes. One left their door open, the stove still warm. A single muddy footprint on the floor. Search parties went out. They found signs of movement, but not the kind you expect. Stones turned over in wide arcs. Trees stripped of bark 6 feet up. Bones, old ones dug up in piles, clean but cracked down the middle. Not scattered, arranged, in circles, in lines pointing down slope. No animal does that. No person without reason would bother. People blamed the thaw, said the melting snow was shifting the earth, said the horn was ice cracking, rock shifting, the ground settling. Maybe it was, but no one explained the teeth marks, not on the bones, on the trees, large, deep, human in shape, but too wide. After that, the town stopped sending crews up the mountain. Trails closed, the signs came down, the road washed out, and no one fixed it. Nature took back the edge, or something else did. There's an old lodge halfway up, boarded shut. You can see it from the highway if the light hits right. Local kids used to dare each other to break in. Most didn't go past the fence. The ones who did came back different, not scared, quiet. One stopped speaking for 2 years. Another started drawing things, bone towers, horned shadows, men without faces buried in snow. He drew the mountain as if it were hollow. The horn sound matches nothing on record, not any known instrument, not wind, not rock slide. Acoustics experts were sent recordings. They analyzed waveforms. Said the bass tone was too low for human lungs. Said the harmonics suggested multiple sources, overlapping. Said it didn't behave like sound should. One said it made his nose bleed during playback. Another's laptop fried mid-test. A man once claimed he found the horn, said it was carved into a rib the size of a canoe, said it lay half buried in shale above a dry gully. He had pictures, blurry, shaky, nothing anyone could confirm. When they went looking, the gully had collapsed. The man stopped returning calls. His house sits empty now. The mailbox overflows. People think of horns as warnings, as signals to move, to flee, to wake. But this one doesn't call for action. It announces presence. It marks a line crossed. Not by soldiers, not by storms, by time, by memory. When the horn sounds, it means something that was buried remembers what happened to it. The mountain isn't haunted in the usual way. No wailing, no shadows in the trees. It just holds things, keeps them. Pressure and silence and old blood pressed into stone. When the horn sounds, the mountain opens up, not wide, not with cracks, but with movement. Shifts in the soil, heat rising through moss. Bones working their way up from frost. They say that when the horn sounds, the mountain exhales, just once. After the horn, people fall sick, not all, just a few. Always the oldest, or the very young. Their skin turns gray, their breath smells of iron, their eyes go glassy, no fever, no known disease. Doctors call it stress, environment, contamination. They don't write down what the patients whisper before they lose speech. It's always the same word, repeated over and over. A name no one recognizes, a word no one wants translated. Last time, the ground stayed warm all summer. Birds avoided the summit. A survey drone sent up in July never came back. Its last footage showed a ridge lined with bones, rib cages and vertebrae standing upright, woven together with bramble and root. Not remains, structures, something built. Then the feed cut to black. The horn doesn't signal an attack. It doesn't bring disaster, it brings presence. An old kind, the kind buried on purpose, the kind sealed with salt and stone, the kind you don't speak about unless the mountain makes you. And when it sounds again, the mountain will open. Not with a roar, with silence, with the slow shift of things rising toward light they were never meant to see again. When the horn sounds, don't look up, don't listen for it, just know it has already seen you. The waters will rise as the saints drown. That's what they said before the highlands washed away and the stone churches filled with silt. It wasn't a warning, it was a statement. Not shouted, just told in passing by those who remembered the old floods. The ones that didn't come from rain, the ones that came quiet, without wind, without thunder, just water, cold, still, rising. Flooding used to come with a reason. Storms, broken levees, glaciers melting slow over the years. You could chart it, watch it climb on a graph. But these waters don't follow that logic. They appear where they shouldn't. They rise from dry places, basements, fields, valleys untouched by rivers. It starts as damp earth, then standing water, then a lake where a town should be. People pump it out, but it comes back faster than before. The first time it happened in recent memory was in a farming town built around an old chapel. A spring rain fell, not heavy, not unusual. But 2 days later, the ground behind the altar split and water poured up from under the stone. Not a leak, not a pipe. Groundwater, thick and dark, like it carried something with it. By the end of the week, the church was underwater up to the pulpit. The pews floated in rows, and the crucifix cracked clean through the center. The priest stayed until the doors swelled shut. He never left. They said he'd been hearing voices before it happened. Not hallucinations, not whispers. Just his own sermons, played back in his sleep, but wrong. The words bent, not misspoken, twisted, changed in meaning, and always the same phrase at the end. As above, not below. That phrase showed up again months later in another town. Spray painted across the stones of a hillside convent after the flood drowned 3 sisters during morning prayers. No heavy rain, no collapsed dam, just water, rising up from the foundation. They died on their knees. It keeps happening near churches, not just Christian ones. Temples, mosques, shrines, any place raised in devotion, not for display, for faith. The kind people build their lives around. The kind people kneel in. Water rises there faster, the old tiles lift first, then the altars sink. Sacred objects drift like debris. The water doesn't crash or rage, it slides in slow, thick, constant. You can watch it come, you can feel it in your knees before you see it. People call it judgment, but not the kind from stories. Not fire and brimstone, just a clean sweep. Water doesn't burn, it buries, it softens, it pulls everything under. Not just the corrupt, the faithful too, especially the faithful. That's what makes it different. The saints drown first. One nun in a coastal town tried to stop it. She walked into the church alone and locked the doors. People heard her singing from inside as the tide reached the steps. No panic, just hymn after hymn all the way through. When the water rose above the stained glass, the sound stopped. Divers found her a week later, kneeling beneath the altar, eyes wide open, mouth full of salt. They keep trying to explain it. Fault lines, seepage, climate collapse, but none of the models line up. A town in the middle of a desert went under after a week of clear skies. The only water source nearby was an old well sealed in the 1800s after a fever outbreak. Locals said they heard coughing from the well the night before it cracked open. Some say the ground remembers where the bodies are. The mass graves, the buried sins. Not just from war or plague, from quiet years. From policies and prayers spoken while others drowned in silence. The waters know. They rise to match the weight of those memories. The strange part is that not everyone sees the flood coming. Some wake to find water at their door. Others dream of it days in advance. Always the same dream. Standing in a pew, surrounded by water, watching the walls buckle inward. No screaming, no noise, just water rising. The phrase started showing up again. On walls, on phone screens, etched into mirrors and steam. The waters will rise as the saints drown. People say it without knowing why. Children say it during sleep. One child carved it into a school desk with a plastic fork. Another painted it across a chapel ceiling using ink made from river mud and ash. No one taught it to them, they just knew. A group tried to stop the next flood with a barrier wall and industrial pumps. They built it around a church known for healing the sick. They stayed inside during the night, watching the floor, waiting for the flood. Around midnight, the wall cracked. Not from force, from pressure. Not outward, inward. The pumps kept running, but only pumped air. The water didn't fall from above. It rose from beneath the pulpit, slow and even, and filled the space before sunrise. After that, people stopped trying to contain it. They moved the altars. They built churches on stilts. They stopped calling them churches. They held their services in steel bunkers with no crosses, no names, no symbols. It didn't help. Water came anyway, found its way in, not rushing, just filling, seeping through metal, seeping through prayer. Some think the saints aren't just those canonized or remembered in Scripture. That saint means anyone clinging to a belief in order, in light, in something watching from above. And when the waters rise, it isn't rage that pulls them under, it's correction. People who survive the floods always describe the same feeling: peace just before the water touches them, like being seen, not comforted, just noticed. Then the cold, then the weight, then nothing. A survivor from the flood near the mountain chapel said he saw figures in the water, not swimming, standing, not drowned, present. Their eyes were open. Their mouths were closed. Their hands reached upward, not in prayer, but as if holding the surface of the water from below. No one sings hymns near the water anymore. No one blesses it. They call it what it is: judgment in silence, a tide with memory, the kind that takes the faithful first, not to punish, not to test, just to clear the ground. And when it recedes, nothing is left but wet stone and an empty space where belief used to be. A plague with no smell will come. That's the phrase carved into the side of an old infirmary just beneath a boarded window. Most walk past it. Some take a picture, then keep going. A few stop and run their fingers across the letters, not sure why it makes their stomach twist. There's no record of who put the words there. No name, no date. But it's been there for decades, untouched by time or spray paint. People expect signs when sickness spreads. They expect color, rash, rot, blood. They expect stench, putrefaction, infection, the sour scent of things going wrong inside the body. That's how plagues used to move. With warning, with weight. But not this one. This one moves quiet, nothing to see, nothing to smell, no hint that it's near until it's already in you. It begins without notice. You wake up with a dry throat, not sore, just wrong. You cough once, then again. It's not violent, not wet, just air being pushed out like your lungs are testing something. You sit up, drink some water, move on. You don't think it's anything. By the second day, your chest feels tighter. Still no fever, still no pain. But breathing takes more work. You move slower. Your arms feel heavy. You write it off as stress, or maybe something in the air. You open a window. You step outside. That's when you realize the street is too quiet. No sirens, no birds, no traffic. You're not the only one feeling it. Hospitals fill fast, not with the usual noise, not with screaming. Just rows of people lying flat, breathing slow. Machines beep, monitors blink, but the air in the room feels thick, not dirty, just full. Like something unseen has settled over every surface. Nurses wear masks, not just for safety, but because the silence makes them uncomfortable. They start speaking in low tones, even when nothing is wrong. Doctors test blood, lungs, tissue. The results don't line up. Nothing seems wrong until it's too late. Organs shut down in a chain, quiet and clean. No trauma, no fight, just stillness. People call it a vapor at first. Others say it's airborne, but not like smoke. There's nothing to smell, no taste, nothing to warn you. You can be standing next to someone carrying it and feel fine. You can laugh, you can breathe. Then 3 days later, your lungs begin to tighten like rope pulled slowly around your ribs. It doesn't spread by touch, not fully. It hangs in air in enclosed spaces, in places where breath lingers. Churches, offices, elevators, theaters. The spaces made for gathering become traps. No coughing fits, no sneezing, just people growing quiet, staring into space like they're listening for something they can't quite hear. In one city, people started wearing black masks before the government said a word. Not for protection, for respect. The dead didn't rot the way they used to. They lay still, intact, skin pale but whole. No swelling, no smell, just absence. Morticians said the blood thickened into something closer to wax than fluid. Embalming didn't work. The bodies kept their shape without it. Scientists pushed to find the origin. They traced it to vents, to rail cars, to enclosed systems built to recycle air. One theory claimed it began in the cold places, not in heat, in silence. In clean, tight rooms where filters hummed and no window could open. They looked at Antarctica, deep-sea stations, sealed bunkers. Nothing conclusive. No source, no patient zero, just a spreading pattern. A map of the first 100 cases looked like a web, not a line, not a spiral, a set of points all appearing at once, distant from each other, connected only by time. No clear contact, no overlap in travel. It wasn't passed from person to person in the usual sense. It moved where breath gathered, where stillness lived. One survivor described the moment he felt it enter him. He was alone in an elevator, going down. It was quiet. He said he felt something slip into his lungs, cold and slow, like breathing in the air after rain, but heavier. He didn't know he was sick until he couldn't take a full breath 2 days later. He lived, but his lungs never worked the same again. Another case appeared in a monastery. The brothers there took a vow of silence. No visitors, no outside contact for months. When one of them collapsed during prayer, they called for help. Paramedics found 3 more already lying in their beds. None had spoken. None had left the grounds. The chapel was sealed, no air vents, no ducts. Still, the plague came in. It's not a virus in the usual sense. It doesn't act like one. It doesn't grow in culture. It doesn't respond to treatment. Antibiotics don't slow it. Antivirals don't touch it. One lab tech said it behaves more like a behavior than a microbe, like it follows patterns, not biology. People stop gathering, not from fear, from instinct. Something in the air feels wrong, even if you can't name it. Schools empty, offices close, houses fill with silence, not the comfortable kind, the waiting kind. One town sealed itself off completely. No one in or out, no illness for weeks. Then one morning, a man opened his window. Let the morning breeze in. Nothing else happened that day. But by the end of the week, 17 were dead. No cause. Just lungs stopped working. The breeze came from the east. No towns lie east of them for miles, just trees. Still air. There are no vaccines, no cures, nothing to fight. You can't track what you can't see. You can't smell what isn't there. The plague moves through absence, through stillness, through trust in the air itself. And when it leaves, it doesn't leave marks. Just missing people. Empty homes with dinner still warm on the stove, clothes laid out for tomorrow. Letters half written, phones with unread messages, all left behind. The ones who survive stop speaking in closed rooms. They wear cloth not to protect, but to remind that the air can turn, that the breath can betray, that sometimes death doesn't come stomping with sound or heat. It floats in quiet. It touches your lips before you know it's near. A plague with no smell doesn't come with warning. It waits, it watches, then it takes. The book with no words will speak lies. That's the warning scratched into the back wall of an old schoolhouse, barely visible beneath layers of chipped paint. It wasn't meant for children. It wasn't written for anyone in particular. But someone made sure it stayed there, hidden just enough to survive renovation after renovation. A janitor saw it once while repainting the trim. He didn't finish the job. He walked out, left the brush behind, and never came back. Books aren't supposed to speak. They hold words. They hold meaning passed from one person to another, frozen on a page. But this book never had writing. No title, no author, no ink, just pages, thick, yellow, always cold to the touch. When you open it, you don't see anything, but you think something is there. You turn the pages anyway, one by one, slowly, and something settles into your mind while you do it. The first time it appeared, it wasn't found. It was given. A man found it on his desk. No one saw who left it. No cameras. No entry. Just the book, closed, waiting. He opened it, flipped through a few pages, and left the office early. He didn't come in the next day. When his coworkers went to his house, they found him asleep on the floor with the book beside him. He said he'd been reading it all night, but there was nothing written on the pages. They took him to the hospital. He kept asking for another copy, said he needed to show others, said the message was too important. When asked what the message was, he said it explains everything. And then he laughed for 6 minutes without stopping. His voice gave out before his mind did. The book doesn't stay in one place. People try to lock it away. It shows up again in another town. On a shelf that wasn't there yesterday. In a school bag no one remembers packing. In the hands of someone who swears they found it on their own bookshelf, even though it wasn't there the night before. It doesn't appear to everyone. Only those who are looking for answers, or think they are. The book lies, that's what people say after. Not right away. At first, they believe it told them something true. They act on what it gave them, images, thoughts, ideas that arrived in perfect order. The words appear not on the page, but in the reader's head. Clear, certain, delivered without doubt. It doesn't argue, it assures. A woman read it in a train station and walked into the tunnel afterward. They found her body beside the third rail, eyes open, mouth full of ash. She'd written one sentence on her ticket stub. It told me the world would be better without me. Another man left his family, took his savings, and drove west. No note. No plan. Just a sentence spoken to the toll booth operator. I've seen the design. When they found him days later, he was camped out near a radio tower, muttering numbers and dates. None of it meant anything. The tower had no broadcast history. But he kept pointing to the book, sitting open in his lap, blank. Governments don't talk about it, but they know it's real. One lab tried to study it. They kept it in a sealed glass case, put it through every test they had. No fibers matched, no age could be determined. It didn't burn, it didn't rot. When opened under infrared, the pages gave off a faint pulse, like heat from a hand that isn't there. They brought in linguists, cryptographers, psychologists. No one agreed on what they experienced when they looked into it. Some said it whispered. Others said it showed images. One man said it told him his childhood was a lie. He was right. He had been adopted but never told. The book hadn't revealed it kindly. It just gave him the truth, stripped of meaning, wrapped in silence. He didn't take it well. He swallowed his glasses, slowly, one shard at a time. The book tells different lies to different people. It adapts. It speaks in memory, in voice, in fear. If you believe in something deeply, it uses that. If you fear something quietly, it brings it forward. The lies sound true because they arrive in your own voice, dressed in the shape of what you already trust. Someone once tried to write in it, to give it meaning. Every word faded as soon as it was written. The ink vanished, not wiped, erased at the root. The page stayed blank. When he tried to burn it after that, the fire caught his sleeve instead. The book remained untouched, open to a page that no longer turned. People still seek it, not because they know what it is, because they've heard of a book that knows the truth. They think it will give them secrets, that it will show them how things really work. It does, in a way, but not the way they want. A man read it and ran for office. He said the book had opened his eyes. He gave speeches full of certainty. He quoted facts no one could trace. He rallied people with ideas that sounded just right, just bold enough to feel new. He won. Then things fell apart, quickly. Policy collapsed, the air changed, the water stopped tasting clean. He said none of it mattered. The book says this is just the first step. When they asked him where the book was, he said it had moved on. You can't destroy it. You can't outsmart it. You can only close it. But most don't. Most keep turning the pages, waiting for the words that never come, waiting for the lie that fits their shape. When they find it, they believe it. They carry it forward. They spread it. Not by copying it, by becoming it. They speak the book into others. And when they finally stop reading, they don't put it down. They leave it open, always waiting for the next one who needs a truth that doesn't ask questions. The book has no words. It doesn't need them. It already knows exactly what you wanted to hear. The phrase, "the sword in the sky will burn the earth," sounds like something from an old prophecy, but it could be describing a real and natural event. People from ancient times often used poetic or symbolic language to describe what they saw in the sky. This phrase might refer to a comet, a meteor, or some other celestial object. When we look closer at what this might mean, we can find examples from both history and science that give it context. A sword in the sky could easily describe a comet. Comets often appear as long streaks of light with a glowing head and a tail that stretches across the sky. To ancient observers, this tail may have looked like a blade. Some comets seem to hang in the air for weeks, slowly moving across the sky. Others pass quickly and disappear. These appearances often caused fear, especially because they came without warning. People had no way of knowing what these objects were, so they gave them names that fit their shape or seemed to match the feelings they inspired. The word burn suggests destruction or intense heat. A comet or meteor doesn't have to hit the Earth to cause fear or damage. Even a close pass can light up the night sky. When meteors enter the Earth's atmosphere, they burn due to friction. This creates bright fireballs that can sometimes be seen in daylight. If one of these fireballs were large enough, it could do real damage. In 1908, something like this happened in Siberia. A small comet or meteor exploded in the air above the Tunguska River. It flattened about 800 square miles of forest. The explosion didn't leave a crater, but trees were blown over in every direction. No one died because the area was remote, but if that same event happened over a city today, it could kill thousands. Some researchers think comets might have caused other major events in human history. Around 10,800 BC, something changed the climate of the Earth. Temperatures dropped, and large animals went extinct in many parts of the world. Some scientists believe this event, called the Younger Dryas, might have been caused by a comet. They think fragments of a comet hit the ice sheets in North America. The heat from the impact would have melted ice and released massive amounts of water into the oceans. That could explain sudden changes in temperature and rising sea levels. There's still debate about this idea, but it shows that comets have the power to affect the Earth in big ways. To people who saw a comet before disaster struck, the two events might seem connected. A bright sword appears in the sky. Not long after, something terrible happens. That's the kind of connection ancient people would remember and pass down. They might not know the science behind it, but they'd remember the image of the sword in the sky. They'd say it burns the earth, not just because of heat, but because of what follows. There's also the idea of comet dust in the atmosphere. When Earth passes through the trail of a comet, it can stir up fine particles. These particles might block sunlight or change the way clouds form. Some researchers have looked at ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica. They found thin layers of dust that don't come from volcanoes or other known sources. These layers match the timing of sudden climate shifts. That adds to the idea that a comet's tail could affect the planet without even touching it. Ancient people didn't have this kind of data. They had stories. Some of these stories survive in myth or religious texts. In the Bible, there are passages that describe stars falling from the sky and the sun turning dark. In Norse myths, there's a sword of fire that cuts across the sky during Ragnarok, the end of the world. In Hindu tradition, there are stories of celestial weapons that burn the land. These images sound poetic, but they might be based on real events. A fireball in the sky, followed by years of cold or famine, could easily become legend. There's a modern example that gives a sense of scale. In 1994, scientists watched as the comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 broke apart and slammed into Jupiter. Each impact created a fireball larger than the Earth. The scars from the impact stayed visible for months. If a comet that size hit Earth, it could end life as we know it. Even a smaller one could destroy a city or cause a massive tsunami. We've only been tracking these objects for a few decades. The sky is vast, and many comets come from the outer edges of the solar system, where it's hard to see them until they're close. Some people have suggested that these events are cyclical. That is, they might happen at regular intervals. One theory is that a group of comets or debris orbits the sun on a long, slow path and crosses Earth's orbit every few thousand years. There's no proof yet, but patterns in craters and ancient records hint at something like this. If true, it would mean that the phrase, "the sword in the sky will burn the earth," isn't just a warning from the past. It could be a prediction of something that will happen again. We do have programs now that track near-Earth objects. NASA and other space agencies scan the sky with telescopes and radar. They keep lists of comets and asteroids that might get close to Earth. But there's still a lot we don't know. Small objects are hard to spot, and space is full of them. A comet coming from the direction of the sun would be almost invisible until it's very close. That's what happened in 2013, when a meteor exploded over the city of Chelyabinsk in Russia. It injured over 1,000 people, mostly from broken glass. The object was only about 20 meters wide, and no one saw it coming. That event reminded people that space is not empty. It's not silent either. Comets move fast. They appear, change the sky, and vanish. But they can leave marks that last for centuries. In the past, those marks were scars on the land or shifts in the weather. Today, they might be headlines, crater maps, or satellite photos. But the fear they inspire remains the same. So when we read something like "the sword in the sky will burn the earth," we don't need to think only of fantasy. It might be an ancient way of describing a real threat. A long tail of ice and dust, a flash of fire in the sky, a shockwave, a flood, or a long, bitter winter. All of these could come from a comet, and though the language has changed, the sky hasn't. The phrase, "the third horseman rides a pale cow," sounds strange at first, especially if you know the traditional image of the four horsemen from the Book of Revelation. The third horseman usually rides a black horse and carries a set of scales. He represents famine. The black horse fits that image: dark, ominous, tied to scarcity and hardship. But in this version, the horse is replaced with a pale cow. It shifts the meaning and brings new ideas forward. It takes the same theme, famine, but twists the symbol. It's still about hunger, but it suggests something deeper, something more grounded in the real world, especially in how people have used and depended on animals like cows for food. A pale cow is not just an odd image, it stands for a broken food system. Cows have long been a source of nourishment. They give meat, milk, leather, and labor in some parts of the world. In places where agriculture is central to life, cattle are often the measure of wealth and survival. But when a cow is pale, something is wrong. A healthy cow is strong, alert, and well-fed. A pale cow might be sick, starving, or dying. The image calls up weakness, disease, and collapse. If the horseman of famine now rides a pale cow, the disaster isn't just absence of food. It's food that turns against us. That could mean a failing food supply, poisoned sources, or diseases that spread through livestock. It could mean systems we once trusted are now hollow. A pale cow walking through a dry field tells a clear story. The land can't feed the grass can't feed the cow, and the cow can't feed the people. Each step is part of a chain that breaks down under pressure. Take drought as an example. When rain doesn't come, fields dry out, farmers lose their crops, grasslands wither, livestock grow thin. Eventually, families sell their animals or slaughter them early just to survive. The market fills with weak animals, and prices drop even as hunger rises. You get the odd mix of cheap meat and high grain prices, and once the animals are gone, there's no safety net for the next season. That cycle happened in Ethiopia in the 1980s. It's happened again and again in the Horn of Africa. Each time the signs were there: dry soil, shrinking rivers, and pale cows. Diseases can also play a role. Cattle diseases like rinderpest, foot and mouth, or mad cow disease have wiped out entire herds. In some cases, governments respond by culling animals to stop the spread. That may control the disease, but it doesn't help the people who depend on those animals. In 2001, a foot and mouth outbreak in the UK led to the slaughter of over 6 million cows and sheep. The event caused food shortages, economic loss, and deep psychological stress in farming communities. The animals were burned in mass pyres, their bodies sending black smoke into the sky. The land didn't look hungry. It looked angry. In this reimagined image, the third horseman rides that wave of disease and loss. But instead of galloping on a black horse, he lumbers forward on a dying cow. That's not speed, it's collapse. The cow moves slow. Each step is heavy. Each breath is thin. The message is not just about empty shelves, but the weight of systems breaking down. It's not famine by siege or crop failure alone. It's famine that comes from deep within the food supply, like a sickness we can't treat. There's another layer. A pale cow could also reflect industrial farming practices. In many factory farms, cows never see grass. They eat corn-based feed, live in cramped conditions, and are given antibiotics to keep them alive in stressful environments. The result is meat that looks healthy but comes from a fragile system. If a supply chain breaks, even slightly, animals may go without feed. Farmers might not be able to transport meat to markets. Refrigeration might fail. In such a system, one weak link can trigger a chain reaction. During the COVID-19 pandemic, slaughterhouses shut down. Meat plants closed due to infection spread among workers. Millions of animals were culled because there was no way to process them. Supermarket shelves emptied. It wasn't a drought or blight. It was a human system stretched too far. And again, in the background, the pale cow walked forward. Not just a symbol of starvation, but of a system that feeds on itself when pressure builds. Now think of chemical contamination. Cows grazing on tainted land or drinking polluted water can become vectors of sickness. This is not a far-off threat. It's happened in places like Michigan, where toxic chemicals like PFAS entered the food chain through water and feed. Milk from those cows was unsafe. Meat had to be discarded. These cows didn't drop dead, but they carried a silent danger. The pale cow doesn't have to stumble. Sometimes she walks forward, slowly poisoning those who rely on her. Climate change plays into this as well. Rising temperatures mean shrinking water tables and changes in rainfall. Cows drink large amounts of water. They rely on stable conditions. When those vanish, they weaken. Their pale hides might be the first signal. Cattle herders in the Sahel region now walk miles to find water. Their animals lose weight. Children go without milk. Entire communities migrate. The cow leads the way, not toward life, but away from it. The horseman doesn't chase the people. He's already in front of them. There's a metaphor here that reaches beyond the cow. The image challenges the traditional idea of famine as only absence. It suggests a deeper failure, not just lack of food, but food turned toxic, animals turned hollow, systems turned inward. The pale cow is not just a victim. She's the mount of famine because she carries the burden of what we've built. She bears the weight of monoculture, factory farming, overgrazing, pollution, and global supply chains. She's the product of a world that treats food as endless, even when it's not. Picture the third horseman holding his scales, but now seated on a pale, tired cow. He measures not just grain, but value lost, nutrition drained, labor wasted, land exhausted. The cow moves with effort through cities where fast food outlets run 24 hours a day and rural areas where fresh milk is a luxury. She walks through deserts made by overuse, through fields sprayed until sterile, through farms bought up by investment firms who never plant a seed. The pale cow doesn't gallop, she doesn't trample, she just moves forward. Quiet, slow, inevitable. The Serpent King will speak through mirrors sounds like a warning drawn from old texts or whispered legends. It ties two powerful ideas together. The serpent, which often stands for deceit, temptation, or hidden knowledge, and the mirror, a tool long tied to self-image, illusion, and sometimes danger. In medieval times, both of these held strong symbolic weight. Serpents appeared in religious stories and folklore as messengers of evil or forbidden wisdom. Mirrors, though more common today, were rare and strange back then. To people who didn't understand how reflection worked, a mirror could feel like a doorway or a trap. When someone in the Middle Ages saw their own face in polished metal or glass, it may not have felt like simple reflection. It may have felt like another presence looking back. They didn't have words like physics of light or angle of reflection. Instead, they had religion, myth, and superstition, and they often believed mirrors could show things not meant to be seen. Some said that demons used mirrors to watch the living. Others said mirrors could trap a soul. The phrase "speak through mirrors" fits with these fears. It suggests a voice not your own, coming from your own image. The serpent, especially in Christian tradition, is the creature that brings knowledge but at a terrible cost. In the Garden of Eden, the serpent offers truth, but it breaks the world. That idea stayed strong throughout the Middle Ages. If a serpent were to speak through a mirror, it wouldn't speak nonsense. It would speak something close to truth, twisted just enough to lead someone astray. The mirror becomes a false prophet, and the serpent becomes a king of lies. He doesn't shout, he whispers. And the voice sounds like your own. There are records of people being afraid to look in mirrors for too long. In some traditions, staring too long was said to open a path between worlds. The idea was not that the mirror would break, but that something in the mirror might open its eyes. This shows up in Eastern European folklore. In some stories, people cover mirrors after a death in the house to keep the soul from getting trapped or followed by spirits. In medieval France, there were tales of mirror witches, women who used mirrors to spy, cast curses, or summon voices. These ideas took deeper root in places where literacy was low and oral tradition shaped belief. In small villages, where people passed down warnings instead of books, mirrors weren't trusted. A black mirror, for instance, might be kept wrapped in cloth when not in use. In some towns, people avoided mirrors at night, especially when alone. Candles and mirrors were a dangerous mix. Flames flickering behind your reflection made the mirror feel alive. The Serpent King in that setting isn't just metaphor. He's something people feared would show up in real life. Alchemy also plays a role in this image. While not always sorcery, alchemy bordered close to it. Some alchemists wrote of spirit glasses or truth windows, which could reveal visions. These might be small polished stones or bowls filled with dark water, not just flat mirrors. But the goal was the same, to see what others could not. The line between magic and science didn't exist the way it does now. An alchemist staring into a mirror asking for wisdom would not have been seen as a scientist. He would have looked like someone reaching out to powers not fully understood. In the late medieval period, church leaders warned against the use of reflective tools and rituals. Some considered it a gateway to demonic influence. They said demons could imitate the voice of God and give false visions. The more you trusted the image, the more you risked believing lies. The serpent speaks through the mirror, not because he controls it like a puppet, but because the mirror already invites self-deception. You look into it expecting truth, but the truth there is shaped by your own mind, and sometimes your fears. There's also the notion of mirror divination. Known in some regions as katoptromancy, it involved gazing into a reflective surface to see answers or future events. In some practices, a child was used as the viewer, under the belief that a child's soul was more open to the spirit world. The practitioner would then guide the child, asking what they saw in the mirror. If they saw a figure or heard a voice, it was said to be a spirit, or something worse. Sometimes they described a snake, or a king with scales, or a crown made of bones. These were not described with drama, but with fear. If the Serpent King appeared, it meant you had gone too far. Mirrors also connect to vanity. That's part of the danger. The more time someone spends in front of a mirror, the more likely they are to listen to the wrong voice. The serpent doesn't need to force his way in. He waits until you're already talking to yourself. Then he answers. And because he's in the mirror, his voice sounds like yours. The warning here isn't about magic alone. It's about the risk of believing your own illusions. In that way, the mirror is both tool and symbol. It reflects not only your face, but your pride, your doubts, and your unspoken questions. During witch trials in Europe, items like mirrors, silver bowls, and crystal stones were taken as signs of guilt. They weren't always banned, but their presence raised suspicion. A woman with a hand mirror and a quiet room might be accused of mirror working, the act of speaking to spirits through reflections. The church and courts didn't care whether the spirits were real. They cared that the woman thought they were, and that she might hear something she shouldn't. If you take all this together, the image of the Serpent King speaking through mirrors becomes a tight symbol. It ties together medieval fears of personal pride, forbidden knowledge, demonic influence, and inner weakness. He's not a roaring beast. He's not even fully there. He waits in the reflection. He speaks when no one else is listening. His crown is not for ruling land, but minds. In some stories, the serpent never leaves the mirror. He waits until the person on this side listens too long. Then he changes their face, or their voice, or their thoughts. Some said that after a time, the person no longer spoke in their own words. They would look in the mirror and smile for no reason. They would pause mid-sentence as if listening. The voice in the mirror wasn't just offering knowledge anymore. It was making decisions. The Serpent King, in that sense, didn't need to cross over. He just needed someone to obey. The moon will not rise for 3 nights sounds like a warning, the kind that might come from an old villager who doesn't trust the sky. In simple terms, it describes an absence of the moon. But the tone, the rhythm of the phrase, and the number 3, all of it points to something more than a weather report. It feels like a prediction, a sign of something strange, maybe something wrong. In a world without electric lights or calendars on smartphones, people once looked to the sky for rhythm and comfort. The moon rising night after night gave a sense of order. When that pattern broke, people noticed. The moon vanishing for one night could be explained. Clouds, storms, or the natural phase of the new moon could hide it. But 3 nights in a row, that goes deeper. It suggests a longer silence, not just a visual absence, but a break in the way things are supposed to work. In some cultures, this would be a direct omen, something terrible is about to happen. To others, it would signal that something already has. The moon has always carried strong meaning. It regulates tides, but it also touches the patterns of animals and people. Nocturnal animals move with the moon. Farmers used moonlight to guide work after sunset. Hunters knew that prey acted differently depending on moon phase. Even sleep and dreams shift with the light of the moon. So when the moon fails to rise, that change throws everything off balance. In medieval Europe, people feared lunar eclipses. They knew the moon vanished in full view, turning red or disappearing behind shadow, but they didn't understand why. Without scientific knowledge of orbits or celestial mechanics, the sudden dimming of the moon felt like punishment or warning. Some thought a dragon or serpent swallowed the moon. Others thought God had turned away. Still others blamed witches, saying they had captured the moon for some dark purpose. That belief led to ritual noise-making, beating drums, blowing horns, or even firing guns into the sky to frighten off the creature or spirit holding the moon hostage. But this phrase doesn't describe an eclipse. Eclipses don't last 3 nights. They pass quickly, a few hours at most. This is something different. This suggests the moon simply fails to appear. Maybe it's hidden, maybe it's blocked, or maybe it's gone. The length, 3 nights, is important too. It ties to symbolic patterns. 3 days of darkness, 3 days in the tomb, 3 chances to see the world change. That number shows up in religious texts, in myths, and in rituals. It's long enough to shake certainty, but short enough to feel like a test. In ancient Mesopotamia, royal astrologers watched the sky every night. If the moon failed to rise, even for one expected appearance, they took it seriously. A missing moon could mean war, plague, or rebellion. These weren't just superstitions. The rulers of those empires depended on stability. Sky omens were part of political control. If the moon vanished, priests might sacrifice animals, burn incense, or even place a substitute king on the throne for a few days. The real king would hide until the danger passed. It was a kind of ritual insurance. If the gods were angry, better they strike the puppet king. Similar fears show up in other cultures. In parts of Mesoamerica, the moon played a role in balancing night and day. If it failed to rise, it could throw the world into disorder. The Aztecs believed the sun and moon had to be fed with blood to keep moving. A break in that pattern meant the end could come. Sacrifices were not just tradition, they were seen as necessary to keep the sky alive. There are also natural causes that could inspire a legend like this. After volcanic eruptions, the sky can fill with ash. That ash sometimes blocks the sun or the moon, depending on wind and layer height. In 1883, when Krakatoa erupted, people around the world saw blood-red skies and faint or missing moonlight for nights at a time. In 1815, after Mount Tambora exploded, the ash led to what's now called the Year Without a Summer. Crops failed, cold and dark weather spread, and the moon seemed weak or missing through long stretches of night. People at the time blamed sin, science, and spirits, each according to what they believed. The phrase might also come from polar regions. In the Arctic, the sun disappears for months in winter. But even there, the moon's path is strange. It rises higher, stays longer, then vanishes. For a person unprepared or unaware of this cycle, it might feel like the moon breaks its own rules. 3 nights of darkness could feel like a supernatural event, even if it's just part of a yearly pattern. Still, the way the phrase is written suggests fear, not just confusion. The moon isn't late, it refuses. It doesn't flicker or dim, it will not rise. That sounds like choice or power. In that sense, the moon becomes a character in a larger story. Maybe it's hiding, maybe it's been stolen, maybe something stronger has risen to take its place. In folklore, the moon is often chased by monsters. In Norse myth, the wolf Hati chases the moon. If he catches it, the world is thrown into chaos. In those stories, the moon is always one step ahead. But if the wolf wins, if the moon fails to rise, then something has gone wrong. Not just in the sky, but in the fabric of the world. It becomes a sign that protection has failed, that the normal order can't be trusted. In dreams, a missing moon can point to confusion, lack of guidance, or emotional numbness. People often associate the moon with the mind, especially the hidden or unconscious parts. So 3 nights without the moon might be a period of mental silence, a warning that something inside has shut down. That interpretation fits with how ancient people might have felt, wandering in the dark without the usual compass. You can imagine the effect this would have in a small medieval town. On the first night, someone looks up and says the moon is late. On the second, whispers start. People remember sins they haven't confessed. On the third, they bring out candles and prayer. They watch the sky for signs. They send messengers to the church. Maybe someone remembers a story an old woman told one once, about the time the moon vanished and wolves came down from the hills, or crops died in the field, or a child disappeared. These stories don't need to be true to have power. The silence in the sky gives them weight. It's not just about light. The moon not rising takes away the signal that the night has begun, that dreams are safe, that time is still flowing. It makes people look twice at their own shadows. It turns familiar places strange, and it opens the door to fear, not because something is there, but because something is missing. That absence becomes its own kind of presence, not noise, but silence, not a roar, but a pause that says more than sound. 3 nights without the moon would leave more than darkness. It would leave questions, and the longer the answer took, the more powerful the fear would grow. Children born with no mouths shall prophesy sounds like a contradiction at first. To prophesy means to speak, to tell what is coming, to warn or to reveal. But these children have no mouths. They cannot talk. That makes the message harder and stranger. It forces you to think about how a prophecy can be delivered without sound. It also asks you to think about who gets to speak and what it means when someone who can't speak becomes the messenger. The image of a child born without a mouth already strikes a nerve. In stories and medicine, the mouth represents more than just speech. It means expression, communication, hunger, and breath. A child with no mouth doesn't cry at birth. There's no sound to announce arrival. There's no latch to feed, no babble, no language, just silence. That silence creates tension. And in this phrase, the silence carries weight, not as a weakness, but as a sign. These are not ordinary children. They are signs themselves. In older traditions, children have always held a special place when it comes to prophecy. They stand between worlds. They are new, unshaped by long experience or strong opinion. In the Bible, the boy Samuel hears the voice of God when the adults around him do not. In Greek stories, the child oracle at Delphi is often described as being in a trance, speaking in riddles. In African and indigenous traditions, there are stories of children who speak to animals or trees, or who are born during storms and are said to carry messages from spirits. These stories don't always describe literal speech. Sometimes it's a gesture, a drawing in the dirt, a sound that others interpret. The message still comes through. So what happens when a child has no mouth at all? That removes the usual path. It forces prophecy to come another way. It might appear in writing. The child might draw symbols or images. The child might cause others to speak without understanding why. In some stories, the voiceless child locks eyes with someone and gives them a vision. The message doesn't need to be shouted. It spreads because it hits something deep. In medieval lore, there are stories of saints or visionaries who were struck mute and began to receive visions. Not all prophecy comes with a voice. Sometimes it comes with shaking hands. Sometimes it comes through dreams. There's a tale from 12th century England about a girl who never spoke but scratched patterns into wood with her fingernails. A monk translated those patterns and found warnings of a coming plague. He wrote the warnings down. He never claimed to understand why he believed her. He just knew he did. There's also the matter of birth. A child born without a mouth is marked from the start. They don't become special later. They enter the world already set apart. That matches the pattern of many prophetic stories. The messenger must suffer, must be wounded or broken in some way. That suffering makes their message more believable. It shows that they didn't ask for the role. It was given, often against their will. In folklore, deformity often carries a double meaning. On one side, it is feared. It marks someone as different, strange, or cursed. On the other, it can be read as a sign that the person is closer to the divine or the unknown. A child with no mouth becomes a symbol of both fear and mystery. Some will see a curse, others will see a miracle. The same child might be hidden by their parents and worshipped in secret by others. You can imagine the reactions in a village if one of these children were born. At first, there would be confusion. Doctors or midwives would try to find a medical cause. Perhaps they would look for answers in books or offer a diagnosis. But then something else would happen. The child would begin to act in ways that don't match the diagnosis. Maybe it points to a place on a map where a disaster later strikes. Maybe it draws a face no one recognizes, until a stranger arrives with that same face. The signs would be small, but they would build. At a certain point, people would stop looking for medical reasons. They would start to watch and wait. In darker stories, the silence becomes unbearable. A ruler or priest might try to silence the child further, even though it never spoke. They might see the child as a threat, because a mouthless prophet can't be reasoned with. It doesn't argue. It doesn't plead. It doesn't correct itself. The prophecy is pure. It arrives whole, untouched by persuasion or politics, and that makes it dangerous. People in power fear that kind of truth. There's a story from Eastern Europe of a child who never cried and never spoke, born during a lightning storm. The mother claimed she saw sparks in the child's eyes when the wind blew. By age 7, the child would touch walls and leave behind burn marks in the shape of words. The house was destroyed in a fire. The walls were lost, but one priest wrote down what he saw before the house burned. The last message read, "Do not bury the king in the northern ground. He will not rest there." The king was buried in the north anyway. Years later, his tomb collapsed. That story mirrors many like it. The prophecy is not shouted. It is written, drawn, or felt. The mouthless prophet never delivers a speech. There is no grand moment, but the message spreads. It reaches ears that never heard a word. It leaves a mark, often too late. The phrase, "Children born with no mouths shall prophesy," also touches on real fears of change, of silence, of losing control. If the future is going to come from those who can't speak, that suggests the old voices have failed. The ones with platforms, pulpits, or power no longer carry the truth. Instead, the truth comes from the margins, from silence, from faces that can't smile or shout or explain. That makes the prophecy harder to ignore, because it doesn't ask for attention. It simply exists. There is also the haunting idea that these children might not want to speak, even if they could. That they carry a message too heavy, too final, or too strange for ordinary words. Maybe the lack of a mouth is not just a condition. Maybe it's protection. Maybe it keeps the world from hearing something too soon. You can imagine a field where these children sit in silence. Their eyes follow the stars. Their fingers trace messages into dirt. They do not run. They do not play. But people come to watch them. People try to guess what they mean. Some write books. Others start cults. Most leave confused, but they return anyway, because even in silence, the message moves. Even without mouths, the prophecy grows. When the dogs howl at noon, the earth will shatter sounds like a warning passed down from someone who watched the world closely. It points to something simple. Nature has rules. When those rules break, something is wrong. Dogs howl at night. That's expected. They respond to the moon, to distant sounds, to instincts that go back centuries. They protect territory and warn of threats. A dog howling at midnight feels eerie, but it makes sense. A dog howling at noon does not. Noon is a time of stillness. In older towns, people knew the rhythm of the day. Birds sang in the morning, dogs barked at strangers. But by noon, the sun was high, the work was steady, and the animals rested. Dogs found shade, they slept, they panted, they didn't howl. A howl is long, stretched out, it echoes. It's not a bark or a growl, it's a voice that fills space. If a dog lifts its head and howls at the sky while the sun is overhead, it breaks that rhythm. It tells you the pattern is gone. That's why this phrase carries weight. It doesn't just say dogs will act strange. It ties their behavior to something larger. The earth will shatter. That doesn't mean cracks in the ground necessarily. It means the foundation, whatever people believed was stable, will break. It might be a war. It might be a collapse of law. It might be something under the surface finally giving way. The point is, the rules that keep the world in place, those unseen rules like time, instinct, or nature, will no longer hold. You can think of a small village, the kind where people know their neighbors, the kind where the dogs are part of daily life. They bark when the baker passes. They sleep under carts. They chase chickens sometimes, but they don't howl during the day, not until something changes. One noon, a single dog starts. It's not loud, but it's steady. People pause. Then another joins in, and another. Soon, every dog is facing the same direction, lifting its head, filling the hot air with sound. The people don't know why, but they know enough to stop what they're doing. This kind of image comes from experience. People long ago didn't have weather apps or seismic tools. They watched animals. Before earthquakes, dogs act strangely. They whine, pace, dig, or refuse food. They sense vibrations humans can't. In 1975, in Haichang, China, thousands of people were evacuated before a major quake. One reason? Animals had started to act nervous and loud. Dogs wouldn't settle, cattle wouldn't enter barns. The officials took the signs seriously. When the quake came, many lives were saved. The idea that animals know before we do isn't new, it's just easy to forget. A howl isn't random, it's a signal. Wolves use it to call the pack. Dogs use it when they feel alone or anxious. A howl at noon suggests that something deep in the animal has turned. That instinct has been flipped. It no longer fits the hour. That means the thing coming is not normal. It doesn't arrive through regular signs. It bends the world out of shape. The earth shattering doesn't mean it explodes. It means it comes apart in a way people didn't think possible. In some traditions, the idea of animals breaking their patterns is tied to omens. Birds flying at night, owls seen at midday, fish leaving the water. Each of these breaks the order. Each is a signal. In Norse myth, the howling of wolves signaled the beginning of Ragnarok. In that story, the world ends not with a sudden blow, but with signs. The sun goes dark, the earth shakes, wolves chase the moon. The order of nature collapses first. The rest follows. In some Appalachian towns, there's still a belief that if a dog howls with its head low to the ground, death is near. If it howls high, it's a warning. Some say 3 howls in a row at midday mean a storm is coming. Not a weather storm, but a storm of change. That change might be personal, like loss, or it might be larger. A fire, a flood, a shift in the land. You can imagine a field in the heat of summer. The insects buzz, the crops sway, and then, clear across the fields, you hear it. A long, lonely sound, a howl, then another. Farmers stop working, they look to the horizon. They know that sound doesn't belong to this hour. They've heard it at night when coyotes call or the moon is full, but never now. That breaks the hour. It tells them something is wrong, even if they don't know what yet. In cities, people don't listen as much. The hum of traffic and voices fills the space where signs might live. But even there, a pack of dogs howling at noon would turn heads. People would look up from screens, they would ask questions, and they would remember it. That memory would stick because it doesn't fit. Just like snow in summer or thunder with no clouds, it forces attention. There are also stories, old ones, where dogs serve as messengers. In ancient Egypt, Anubis, god of the dead, had the head of a jackal. He guided souls. In many cultures, dogs are the link between this world and the next. They guard thresholds. They don't cross unless something else does first. So when they howl during the day, it might not be just instinct. It might be something they see or hear that we don't, something slipping through the cracks. If the earth is going to shatter, it likely begins with something small, a wrong sound, a misplaced shadow. A chill when there should be heat. The dogs are the first to respond. They speak in their own way, but not everyone listens. That's part of the warning. The dogs howl not to explain, but to alert. The message isn't a sentence. It's a break in the pattern. A howl in the heat when only silence should exist. The image doesn't ask you to fear the dogs, as it asks you to fear what they sense. Because once nature starts acting against itself, there's little to stop the rest from coming undone. A tree growing backward, a river flowing up, dogs howling at noon. These things don't need meaning. They are meaning. And they come before the crack, before the shift, before the thing people thought could never happen begins. When it does, there is no going back. The dogs knew it first. The flames will not burn, but they will consume, reads like a contradiction. It sounds like something pulled from an old manuscript, the kind of phrase written down by someone who saw something they couldn't explain. Fire in most minds burns. That's what it does. It blackens wood, melts metal, and leaves behind ash. But this fire is different. It doesn't burn, but it still takes. It consumes without touching the skin. That points to a different kind of destruction, something slower, harder to see, but just as final. If fire doesn't burn, it must act in some other way. The phrase suggests a kind of flame that works from the inside. It might not scorch the body, but it hollows out the spirit. That kind of flame wouldn't leave scars, it would leave silence. People might not scream, they might not even notice at first, but over time they would feel something missing, something vital. In old stories, fire often represents more than heat. It's tied to passion, clarity, judgment, and transformation. In some religious texts, fire is a test. It purifies or exposes. In others, it punishes. But in every version, it changes whatever it touches. The fire in this phrase doesn't work through heat. It works through presence. It is there, it moves, it feeds, but it leaves the surface untouched. What it takes is unseen. Think of how guilt works. It doesn't show on the face, not right away, but it sits heavy. It follows a person into their sleep. It touches memory and breath. Over time, it takes energy, focus, joy. You can go to work, you can speak to friends, but something is missing. That's what it means to be consumed without being burned. Something takes from you, quietly, until there's less of you left. There's a story from the early monastic traditions. A man sees a flame in his room, but feels no heat. The candle is still, the wax unmelted, but the fire is there, hovering in the air. He prays, he fasts, but the flame stays. Later, he notices he no longer enjoys music. He doesn't laugh. He stops dreaming. His voice grows quiet. He's still alive, still walking, but he feels hollow. The flame never touched him, but it consumed what once made him feel whole. This story matches what many people feel during long grief or deep regret. The world continues, but something essential doesn't return. The fire here is emotion that never releases. It doesn't rage, it lingers. It doesn't destroy the body, but it changes the person. You don't need physical pain to feel ruined. A look, a word, or a silence at the wrong moment can hollow someone out. Those moments, stacked over time, can take more than flame ever could. There's a kind of fire in shame. It doesn't burn the skin. It sits deeper. In small towns, reputation matters. When someone feels they've failed, even if no one says a word, they carry that failure like weight. It changes how they move, how they talk. That kind of flame consumes confidence, consumes joy. It doesn't scorch, it eats quietly. Some old poems talk about the fire of the mind, a kind of thought that won't stop repeating. It keeps someone awake. It follows them through work and rest. It's not loud, but it doesn't go away. That flame leaves no marks, but over weeks and months, it wears a person down. They forget what calm feels like. They learn to live beside the flame, then beneath it. In mystic texts, there are flames that do not destroy, but still take. They are tests. A prophet might walk through fire and not be harmed, but he comes out different. Something inside him is changed. The old part, the part that doubted or feared, is gone. It wasn't burned, but it was consumed. That's what this phrase describes. A process that doesn't wound, but removes. You can see it in modern life too. In cities, people talk about burnout. Not the kind that sends you to the hospital, but the kind that makes the day feel long and colorless. The joy is gone. They still show up, still do the job, but their spark is missing. That's a flame with no burn. It doesn't shout. It erodes, piece by piece, until someone looks in the mirror and doesn't recognize their own eyes. Children sometimes carry these flames without understanding them. A home full of arguments, a silence that feels sharp, a love that never speaks. The child grows, learns, smiles when asked, but something is missing. Later in life, they don't know why they're tired, why they don't trust comfort. That's what happens when the flames don't burn, but still consume. They take shape in the background. They take slowly, but they take all the same. There are churches that speak of inner fire, a call to serve or to believe or to confess. But not all inner flames are holy. Some come from fear, from loss, from unmet need. These flames don't ask, they don't roar. They flicker steady, and the longer they burn, the more they consume. Not out of spite, just because that's what they do. The phrase also fits addiction, not the high moments, but the long hours after, the quiet craving, the need that whispers instead of screams. The way someone gives up a little more each day, not in blood or bruises, but in time, in trust, in self-worth. The fire never leaves a mark, but it consumes everything. In some ghost stories, there are spirits who are not angry, not violent, just present. They sit in corners, they follow footsteps, they appear in mirrors, they don't touch. But the people in the house grow cold, then quiet, then distant. The haunting doesn't attack, it just consumes. The house becomes still. The rooms stay dark, and no one knows why they feel empty. That's what these flames are. Not heat, not light, just presence, just slow taking. The kind you only notice when it's too late to stop it, when the words don't come, when the music feels flat, when the faces you love don't stir anything inside you anymore. People carry these flames without knowing. They smile, they host dinners, they drive kids to school, but something is missing. And if you ask, they'll say they're tired. They'll say they just need a break. But deep down, they know something's been taken. Something that didn't scream on its way out. It just left like smoke slipping under a door. The flames didn't burn, but they consumed. "The bones of martyrs will cry out from the soil" is a phrase that does not ask for belief. It declares something. It speaks of a truth that lies buried, not forgotten, but waiting. Martyrs are people who die for a cause they would not give up, most often tied to faith, principle, or justice. Their deaths are rarely quiet. Even if the killing was done in silence or secrecy, their memory lingers. And when the phrase says their bones will cry out, it means something will rise from beneath the surface. It may not be a sound in the air, but it will be felt. A warning, a protest, a reckoning. Martyrdom, especially in religious history, carries weight. In Christian tradition, martyrs were those who chose death rather than deny their faith. In the early centuries, Roman authorities executed them for refusing to bow to gods of empire. They were burned, fed to animals, beheaded. Often their bodies were hidden, sometimes left unburied. But even without graves or markers, people remembered them. The soil remembered them. Their stories passed from mouth to mouth, written later into books, carved into stone, painted into windows. The idea that bones could cry out isn't just poetic. It reflects an old belief that the earth can hold memory, and that violence leaves a mark. In the Bible, there's a passage in Genesis where God tells Cain, "Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground." That line shaped centuries of thinking about guilt and justice. It says that even if no one else saw, the earth itself bears witness. That's what this phrase builds on. Martyrs don't rest quiet if the cause they died for is betrayed. If blasphemy rises, if truth is mocked, if faith is twisted, if cruelty wears holy robes, the dead will not lie still. In some villages, old cemeteries lie forgotten under fields. Farmers plow, not knowing the soil holds bones. But sometimes, something strange happens. A crop won't grow right, the ground sinks, a stone rises, and someone digs and finds a skull, a rib, a rusted cross. There's no voice, no flash of light, but the message is clear. Something sacred was placed there, something not meant to be disturbed. And now it has returned. In Eastern Europe, there are stories of saints buried in secret during invasions. Their names were struck from the records, their churches burned. But years later, when a new church was raised on the same spot, workers uncovered bones wrapped in linen that had not rotted. The bones were said to shine faintly at dusk. No one could say why. But nearby, those who had mocked the faith fell ill. The people said it was the martyr, reminding the world that he had not been erased. The phrase also warns against false authority. When a system of belief is twisted by those who crave power, it becomes hollow. People may still say the words, attend the rites, wear the signs, but the core has shifted. It no longer defends the truth the martyrs died for. That kind of betrayal brings judgment, not always from outside, but from within. The land where truth was once buried begins to resist. The past returns, not as comfort, but as indictment. You can see this in stories where churches crumble from the inside. Leaders once humble begin to speak in pride. Gold replaces wood. Silence replaces prayer. Then something cracks, a wall splits, a bell falls, a grave sinks. People whisper that it's the dead stirring, not in anger, but in sorrow. The bones of martyrs don't cry out in rage. They cry out because what they died for has been sold. This warning reaches outside religion too. In any cause where people gave their lives for others, freedom, justice, truth, there is risk when those values are traded for ease. A revolution that once rose with voices and sacrifice can rot when its leaders forget the cost. And when that happens, the names of the dead begin to appear again. Not on banners or speeches, but in quiet reminders. Documents rediscovered, journals released, a photograph no one can explain. These are the bones, crying out not in pain, but with purpose. Some stories say the bones of saints cannot be buried in cursed ground, that if placed where evil walks, they will not stay. The soil rejects them, the ground shifts, the grave breaks open. That's how some relics were found, accidentally by those who tried to hide them. The earth gave them back. In desert regions, there are tales of bones singing, not with music, but with a sound that hums under the wind. Travelers say that when they cross certain dunes, they hear a low vibration, not from the sand, but from below it. The local people warn not to camp there. They say those are the places where holy men were stoned and left without burial. The sound is not a curse, but a voice waiting for justice. Even in war zones, there are moments when soldiers stop because the land feels wrong. Not visibly, but in the way silence sits. You can imagine a squad crossing a hill. No birds, no insects, just the sound of boots. And then one man kneels, touches the soil, and finds something hard. A fragment of bone, burned black. But when tested later, it's found to be human and older than the war, from a massacre no one wrote about. But the bone remembered. That's what this phrase suggests. Not that ghosts rise, but that memory is real. That the dead do not forget even when the living try to. And that there comes a moment when the soil itself refuses silence. You can imagine a field planted over an old monastery, once burned by men who hated what it stood for. Years pass. The monastery is forgotten. A factory is built, but the machines break, the walls sweat, people leave. Then, in digging for repairs, the crew uncovers a floor of stone under the dirt, and under that, bones, crossed arms, a piece of stained cloth. No name, no plaque, just silence that grows louder the longer they stare. The bones of martyrs do not speak in words. They don't accuse, but they cry out all the same. They remind, they return, they stand witness, not to punish, but to make known what has been covered. They do not forget, and they do not sleep if the truth is mocked. The lion shall lay down with the dragon is not a promise of peace. It sounds like it might be, but it's not. It carries the rhythm of a hopeful phrase, the kind that turns up in scripture or legend. But when you look closer, it signals the opposite. A lion and a dragon are not allies. They aren't made to rest together. If they do, something is wrong with the world. In older stories, the lion stands for strength that's open, power you can see. Kings use lions on their banners because lions don't hide. They lead, they charge. Their claws and teeth are real, and they use them in daylight. Lions walk with heads high, and they kill only when they must. That's how people tell the story, at least. The lion becomes a symbol of noble power, of law, of something rooted in order. The dragon is the opposite. The dragon is older, deeper, and hidden. It's the fire in the mountain, the shadow that coils through stories. Some dragons fly, others crawl. Some breathe smoke, some speak riddles, some never speak at all. In Western stories, dragons hoard gold and burn villages. In Eastern stories, they bring storms and flood the land. But in both, they represent power that doesn't obey rules. They don't ask, they don't serve. They rise and fall as they please. That makes them dangerous. So when the lion lays down with the dragon, it doesn't mean friendship. It means compromise, and not the good kind. It means two great powers are choosing to hold their claws for now, and that means someone else is going to pay the cost. You can imagine a kingdom ruled by the lion. Its crest shows a golden beast, mouth open, paw raised. Its people know the law. Its fields are well tilled. Its armies march in rows. This kingdom values structure. It values loyalty. It makes decisions in daylight. It thrives on showing the world a face of control. Now picture the dragon's land. The border is not marked on any map. No one enters it without permission, and those who do rarely return. Its rulers don't speak often. When they do, it's through messengers who wear no names. Trade comes from deep places, gems, silk, spices that carry strange scents. Power flows through this land like smoke. You feel it before you see it. People talk of wealth and magic and the price of both. Now imagine the lion and the dragon make a pact. Maybe it's to stop a war. Maybe it's to share a border. Maybe it's to divide another kingdom between them. Whatever the reason, they sit in the same room. They sign papers, they share a toast, and for a moment, the world holds its breath. But this isn't peace. It's the stillness before a crack. Because their union shifts the balance. The lion's neighbors start to worry. If the lion bends the knee to the dragon's ways, what happens to law? To treaties? To tradition? And the dragon's rivals take note. If the dragon now wears the lion's crest beside its own, what happens to mystery? To fear? People who once trusted the lion no longer know what it stands for. People who feared the dragon now see it growing larger, not alone but supported. Old enemies look for new allies. Old allies begin to drift. And on the edges of these empires, smaller kingdoms brace themselves. Because whenever great beasts move, smaller ones get crushed. History knows unions like this, when empires join hands not for peace, but for power. When two rulers, tired of war or hungry for more, choose to merge their strength. It never lasts, but the damage it causes does. In the early 20th century, powerful nations signed treaties that promised balance. They shook hands, they traded goods, but underneath they planned, they spied, they armed. The lion may wear a crown, but it never stops watching the dragon's wings. And the dragon may curl quietly on stone, but its eyes never close. Eventually, someone makes the first move. A ship sinks, a line is crossed, and the world remembers that beasts don't rest forever. In some stories, the lion lays down with the lamb. That's a promise of peace, of transformation, of strength choosing mercy. But the lion with the dragon is something else. It's strength choosing secrecy, law choosing shadow. That kind of union can't be trusted. Even the way they lay down matters. The lion rests on the ground, belly low, eyes forward. The dragon coils, hides its fire, wraps its tail around secrets. They don't look the same even in rest. One waits, one watches. Neither sleeps. In the villages that sit between the lion's realm and the dragon's, people feel the change first. Soldiers arrive, asking questions they didn't ask before. Traders bring coins marked with 2 crests instead of 1. Priests preach silence. Old songs are banned. And when someone speaks up, they vanish. The lion says it was the dragon's doing. The dragon says it followed the lion's law. No one takes the blame. The people stop asking. A boy grows up under this new order. He was born when the 2 kingdoms signed the pact. He's told the union brought peace, but he doesn't feel peace. He sees flags with 2 symbols flying from towers that used to fly only 1. He hears stories whispered by his grandfather about when the lion roared alone, about a time before the dragon's shadow stretched this far. The boy listens, he remembers, and one day he runs toward the hills with others like him. They light fires. They plan. That's how the war starts. Not with a charge, not with horns, but with memory. With the feeling that something sacred was traded away, that the lion's courage was sold for protection, that the dragon's mystery was thinned by alliance. When those under the lion no longer believe it speaks for them, they rise. When those under the dragon grow bold in their borrowed strength, they strike. The lion lays down with the dragon, but not forever. The lion stretches. The dragon flicks its tail. Smoke rises. The earth trembles. And what was still begins to move. No pact like this holds without cost. No beast gives up its nature for long. The lion and the dragon may share the same ground for a season, but sooner or later, one will roar, one will rise, and the world will burn around them. Not because they were enemies, but because they tried to be friends. A plague of frogs is already strange. It turns a normal animal into something threatening, something out of place. Frogs belong near water. They croak at dusk, jump from stone to stone, vanish into reeds. But when they come in numbers, crawling across roads, through windows, into homes, they stop being background. They become the event. People don't expect to see frogs on their rooftops. They don't expect to step outside and find a sea of slick bodies covering the ground. Add human eyes to those frogs, and it's no longer just strange. It's wrong. A frog with human eyes doesn't have to speak to feel intelligent. It just has to look. Most frogs have flat, empty stares. Their vision is built for motion, not meaning. But when a frog blinks at you with round, wet eyes that seem to understand, your stomach turns. You wonder if it's watching you in the same way you're watching it. You wonder what it knows. And you know, it shouldn't be able to know anything at all. In medieval times, people believed animals could carry messages from the divine or from the devil. A sudden swarm of insects or birds meant something. It wasn't just nature, it was judgment. Frogs in particular were tied to rot, disease, and swampy places. Their croaking at night felt like muttering. They came from mud and disappeared into it. That made them hard to trust. In the book of Exodus, one of the 10 plagues of Egypt was a flood of frogs. They came into beds, ovens, and bowls. It wasn't just the number, it was the invasion of something unclean into personal space, into the home, the body, the breath. And in that version, the frogs were normal. They didn't have faces that stared back. The phrase, "a plague of frogs with human eyes," pushes the horror further. It suggests a blurring of lines between human and beast. It's not just frogs crawling into corners. It's frogs with recognition, with presence, with a gaze that doesn't belong to them. And when something has the wrong eyes, people notice. A child might scream, an old man might kneel, a priest might refuse to look. Because human eyes bring questions. Whose eyes are they? Where did they come from? And why are they looking at me? You can picture a village waking to the sound of wet slaps against stone. At first, it seems like rain, then it sounds like movement. People step outside and the ground shifts underfoot. Frogs, dozens, hundreds, no clear direction, just bodies. And then someone bends down and lifts one. Its skin is damp, its throat pulses, and its eyes, wide, wet, human, lock with theirs. Not in panic, not in animal fear, in calm. That stillness is what breaks people. The idea that the thing staring at you doesn't want to flee, it wants you to look back. In places where literacy was low and folklore shaped the world, this would be enough to stop work for days. Fields would be left unplanted, wells untouched, doors barred, not because the frogs would kill, but because their presence marked a shift. A boundary had been crossed, and no one knew how to reverse it. Some might try salt, others fire, holy water, chanting, but none of it would matter. Because this plague doesn't behave like normal. The frogs aren't afraid of fire. They don't leap at sound. They don't scatter. They gather. They wait. Not in swarms, but in places that matter. At thresholds, on altars, near the sick, by graves, always watching. There would be theories. Some would say a witch called them. Others would blame a child born wrong. Some would say the frogs carry the souls of the dead, that each set of eyes belonged to someone buried without rights, that these are reminders, not punishments, but testimonies. The bones beneath the soil are speaking again, and they've chosen the frog as their vessel. That thought would spread fast. People would start to name the frogs. They'd say, that one looks like Father Rena, or that one stares like the widow before she died. They wouldn't joke, they'd whisper it. And once a face is seen in those eyes, it doesn't leave. You start to avoid that frog. Then all frogs. You block the windows. You muffle your footsteps, but the frogs don't care. They come anyway. There's a story that fits, an old tale told in pieces, found in margin notes and sermons. It speaks of a monastery built on land where a wrong was done. A man was hanged unjustly, buried in haste, no mass, no prayers. Years passed. The monks grew comfortable. One spring, the frogs came, first 3, then 30, then 300. Always at dusk, always near the chapel. They didn't croak, they didn't eat, they sat, watched. One monk, brave or foolish, trapped one in a glass jar. He showed the others. They leaned in, and they saw it. Eyes like their own. After that, they stopped speaking during meals. They ate in silence. They walked quickly. They avoided the chapel. But the frogs came inside anyway. One day, the abbot was gone. No struggle, just his robes folded neatly, and a frog sitting on the chair staring at the wall. They closed the monastery within the week. This kind of tale doesn't need a beast to chase you. It works because it doesn't move. The frogs don't chase. They arrive. They exist. They break the rules by their presence. That's enough to destroy a village. In some variations, the plague lasts 7 nights. Then the frogs vanish. No trace. But the people aren't the same. They speak less. They touch less. Some don't sleep indoors anymore. Others don't speak at all. The eyes they saw in those frogs changed something. Not because they were attacked, but because they were known. A man might return to his home after the frogs leave and find his daughter staring into a mirror, not blinking. He calls her name. She turns slowly and says nothing. Her eyes look different now, just for a second, but he sees it, and he steps back. That's how these plagues work. Not with fire, not with blood, but with cracks, with small breaks in what's meant to be certain, with wrong eyes in the right heads, with the feeling that something has borrowed a shape and won't give it back. The frogs don't need to speak, they only need to see, and once they've seen enough, they leave. But the people they've seen don't forget. They carry that look inside them. Some try to paint it, others drink to erase it, but it lingers. And sometimes in late autumn, a single frog appears in the village square, alone, still, watching. No one touches it, no one speaks, but they all look and remember. The sky will turn to glass, then shatter. Sounds like prophecy, but it also sounds like memory, something seen once before and never spoken aloud. It draws from an old idea, one that sat at the edge of belief long before science changed how people described the world. For centuries, many thought the sky was not empty. They believed it was a dome, a firm shell stretched over the earth holding back water or stars or heaven itself. They called it the firmament. You couldn't reach it, but it held everything in place. It was the limit, the barrier, the line between this world and whatever waited beyond it. When someone says the sky will turn to glass, they don't just mean it will shine, they mean it will become solid. clear, fragile. Something once vast and unreachable will become close, visible, and thin. That changes the shape of the world. If the sky becomes glass, then people might see what's beyond it. They might see stars that don't move right or shapes behind the light. But more than that, they'll know the sky can break, that it's not eternal, it's not endless, it's a shell, and shells crack. In early medieval texts, scribes sometimes described the heavens as a crystal sphere. They imagined the stars fixed to a solid surface, spinning above the earth. That surface was perfect, unchanging, pure. But the idea that it could crack was terrifying. If the sky breaks, what else breaks with it? Time, space, faith? You can imagine a day when the sky begins to change. It starts slow. The clouds thin until they vanish. The blue deepens, but not into darkness, into stillness. People look up and see no movement, no birds, no wind, just a smooth, endless sheet. Light passes through it strangely. Shadows sharpen, edges feel sharper. It's beautiful, but wrong. People step outside and go quiet because the air feels different too. Not heavy, but tight. Like breath trapped behind a window. Someone throws a stone, it rises, it doesn't come down. Instead, it strikes something high above and vanishes. No sound, just a ripple, like a drop on water. That's the moment the fear begins. Not panic, just awareness. That the sky has become something new. Not air, not space, but glass. Glass carries meaning. It's both strength and weakness. It can hold weight, it can shape light. But once it breaks, it can't be put back together. Cracks spread fast, and once they start, you don't control them. People in a small town might respond in different ways. Some go inside. They close shutters as if glass falling from the sky can be kept out by wood. Others climb hills to see more clearly. They want to watch the sky while it still holds. A priest may call for prayer, not to stop it, but to face it. Because if the firmament breaks, then heaven might not be far away. There are stories, fragments from old cultures, that speak of the sky opening. Sometimes it splits to let down gods. Sometimes it tears to release fire or sound. In one version, it breaks like a jar and the sea above pours down. In another, stars fall not like shooting lights, but like shards of ice cutting the ground. These aren't weather events, they're turning points. Once the sky breaks, the old rules end. The shattering could come with light, not fire, not thunder, but brilliance, blinding and cold, as if the sun has multiplied. Or as if there was another sun, hidden behind the glass, waiting. When the first crack runs through the firmament, people would hear it before they see it. A sharp, clear sound, like a bell struck too hard. The air would vibrate, then silence, then a second sound. A second line across the dome. The sky would not fall all at once. It would break in pieces. Sharp edges would drift down, slow and bright, vanishing before they hit the ground. But not everything would vanish. Some people would look up too long and see things through the cracks. Not stars, but motion. Shapes that don't fit the world. Things not meant to be seen from Earth. The glass had hidden them. Now they see through the gaps, and once seen, those things don't leave. The fear wouldn't come from above, it would come from within. People would look at the glass and see themselves reflected back, not as they are, but different, older, tired, or unfamiliar. As if the sky is showing them their future, or a version of themselves from a place that doesn't follow the same rules, a version shaped by a different sky. Some would say the shattering isn't destruction, but truth, that the firmament was a lie, a cover, that the world beyond the glass is real, and this one was the illusion. That idea would take hold in places already close to collapse, cities with empty streets, towns where no crops grew last year, villages that had already buried too many. Those people would look up and say, "Let it break, we're ready." Others would fight to keep the cracks from spreading. They'd build towers, launch machines, try to patch the sky with light or prayer or radio signals. They wouldn't succeed, but they wouldn't stop trying, because they remember a world with rules and a sky that stayed still. There are versions of this warning found carved into stone in early cathedrals. Images of saints with glass halos standing beneath a dome of stars. In one corner, always small, is a hammer. Sometimes it's held by an angel, sometimes by a child. The hammer touches the dome. That's the first crack. And from that point, the stars begin to shift. This phrase, "the sky will turn to glass, then shatter," doesn't promise death. It promises exposure, revelation. It says the things kept above us, beyond us, behind the firmament, will no longer be held back. The glass kept the world separate. When it breaks, there's no separation, no up, no down, just everything all at once. The first to go mad would not be the weak. It would be the ones who thought they understood the sky. Astronomers, navigators, priests, pilots, people who needed the sky to behave, who needed stars to stay in place. Once the dome breaks, their maps go with it. Their math falls apart. But the children, the animals, the ones who never needed the sky to stay the same, they might adjust. They might point at the cracks and laugh, not because they understand, but because they don't fear it. For them, the world is always changing. The sky was just one more surface to outgrow. And maybe that's the final part. When the glass shatters, the world doesn't end. But it can't go back. The barrier is gone. And now, everything that was above or below is here. And no one can look away. The phrase, "the bells of the empty abbey will ring themselves," does not need an explanation to feel wrong. It speaks in plain language. Everyone knows what a bell does. Everyone knows it needs a hand or a rope or a wind to move. But this line says no one touches the bell and it still rings. That makes it a warning, a sound where there should be silence. And not just any sound, a church bell, a sound tied to time, to prayer, to ritual. When that kind of sound comes from nowhere, it does not comfort. It unsettles. An abbey, once full, would have had rhythms, monks moving in quiet, psalms read out loud, candles lit before dawn, meals taken in silence, bells marking the hours, prime, terce, sext, none. Each toll had a purpose, each hour had a prayer. But an empty abbey holds none of that. It stands hollow, its windows broken or darkened. The stone is cold, dust lies thick, doors creak, and yet the bell tower remains. So when the bells begin to ring, long after the last monk has died or left, the question is not just who, but why. In many places across Europe, abbeys were abandoned during war or plague. Some were stripped for stone. Others were simply left when the land could no longer support the monastery. A few remain standing today, half ruined, with weeds in the nave and birds nesting in the rafters. Visitors walk through them, often without speaking. Even in daylight, those places hold silence in a way that feels deeper than quiet, not empty, but watchful. Now imagine a bell ringing there at dusk. No rope swings, no birds in the tower, just the sound, clean and distant, echoing over hills and empty fields. You're standing far off. You know no one lives there. The village has not touched that place in years, and yet the bell sounds. That's the weight of this phrase. People once believed that bells held power, not just to call to worship, but to drive back storms, to warn of danger, to sanctify a place. Some churches blessed their bells with holy oil and gave them names. In plague years, people rang them to chase disease from the air. They believed sound could protect them. So when bells ring themselves, the sound loses that comfort. It turns. It no longer signals safety. It marks something else, something coming. There's a story told in lowland Scotland of an abbey emptied during the Black Death. The monks died in rows, buried in shallow graves behind the cloister wall. The villagers stopped visiting. Decades passed. One winter, just before nightfall, the bell rang 3 times. No one was near it. No footprints in the snow. Just the sound. A week later, the river flooded and took half the town. The bell rang again the night before the ground cracked and swallowed the West Road. It didn't warn with words. It just rang. That kind of tale doesn't spread fast. People don't want to speak of it. Not because they doubt, but because they believe too much. A bell without a ringer breaks the order of the world. It says something old is awake, not in body, but in force. There's also the matter of faith. An abbey, even empty, is still marked ground. It was built to house prayer, to host silence that listens. When it's abandoned, the prayers don't leave. They settle into the stones. They become the walls. And if those prayers sour, if the place was left without blessing, or if it was taken by force, then what remains may not be peace. It may be longing, or it may be judgment. The bell ringing could be a call to return, or it could be a warning to stay away. The sound doesn't say which. That's the trouble with omens. They show, but they don't explain. In some places, people used to believe that buildings could remember, that if something terrible happened within a church or abbey, it would hold that grief like a sealed jar. The air would thicken, the echo of voices would stay, and if the right wind passed through, the place might speak again, not in words, in sound. a bell tolling, a hymn in a hallway, footsteps with no feet to make them. There's a tale from the Bavarian woods of a small abbey lost in the hills. The monks there vanished after a war. No one rebuilt. But once every year, on the longest night, the bell rings once, right at midnight. It never rings more than once, just one long, cold tone. The local people mark the sound, light candles, and speak no names. They say the bell calls out for the prayers that were never finished, or for the vows that were broken. Sometimes a church is emptied not by death, but by neglect, a slow drift away from meaning. Sermons grow shorter, books gather dust. Then one year, no one lights the altar candle, no one sings, and the bell rope is left coiled in a corner. The building doesn't fall, but it forgets its purpose. When that kind of place starts to ring again on its own, it's not calling for people, it's reminding the stones. Some abbeys were built on older ground, Roman forts, pagan shrines, forest clearings marked by stone circles. The monks may not have known, or they may have known and chosen to claim the place anyway. Those foundations hold layers, and when the abbey empties, those older layers sometimes rise. The bell may not ring with a holy sound. It may ring with something deeper, less named, still shaped like a warning. There are stories where travelers hear the bell and walk toward it, even when they know they shouldn't. They climb the hill. Enter the gate, step over roots that have cracked the stones, and when they reach the tower, they find the rope still tied, still. The air is cold, but not windy. The bell is moving, not swinging, just pulsing, a slow, unnatural rhythm. They leave before it tolls again. The worst stories say the bell doesn't just ring, it listens. That if you stand too close when it sounds, it marks you. Not with a curse, not with pain, just with knowing. From that point on, you hear the bell at odd times, in rain, in the distance, in sleep, even if no one else does. You hear it, and it's always the same. The bell of a place long abandoned, long silent, ringing again for reasons no one will say aloud. The bells of the empty abbey don't need a priest. They don't need time or hands. They have memory. They have weight. And when they ring, it means something has remembered them, or something wants to be remembered. Either way, the sound reaches farther than it should, and no one who hears it forgets. No man shall remember the name of God, and then it will be over, is not a prediction of war or flood or fire. It's a statement about memory and about what happens when memory fails. It doesn't say that God is gone. It says that the name is gone, that no one remembers it, not even the sound of it, not the shape, not the syllables. And once that happens, it's finished. Not in part, not in stages. It's simply over. People forget things every day. They forget dates, they forget faces, they forget the words to songs or the endings of stories. But forgetting a name is something else. Names hold weight. A name carries more than identity, it carries history. To forget the name of God is not just to forget a title, it's to forget the source, the origin, the anchor. In most faiths, the name of God is sacred, not just because of belief, but because of what it means to speak it. In Jewish tradition, the true name of God is not spoken aloud. It's written with letters that cannot be said the way they are written. In Islamic tradition, there are 99 names, each one reflecting a different aspect of God's nature: mercy, justice, power, truth. In Christian texts, the name is central. Hallowed be thy name, not thy throne or thy light, but thy name. Names define relationships. Names create bonds. When the name is forgotten, the bond breaks. This phrase doesn't say people will deny God. It says they won't even know how to name him. That's deeper than disbelief. It's emptiness, not rebellion, but absence. Silence, not blasphemy. You can imagine a world slowly growing quiet, not from war, not from disease, but from disuse. Churches left standing but unopened, bells unrung, books closed, children raised without stories. Not forbidden, just never told. The page isn't torn out, it's blank. There's a difference between rejecting something and forgetting it. If you reject something, it still exists for you. You just push it away. But if you forget it, it stops being real. A child who grows up without the name of God doesn't question it. They don't curse. They don't ask. They don't even know what was lost. Maybe it doesn't happen all at once. Maybe the last few believers keep the name alive in whispers. They write it in corners of letters. They carve it into wood. But eventually, their voices fade. And when the last one dies, the name is gone. Not because it was erased, but because there was no one left to carry it. People might still speak of good and evil. They might still hope, still grieve, still wonder at the stars, but they won't name what they feel. They won't tie it back to anything beyond themselves. They'll call it light or peace or meaning, but not God and not the name. There's a story told in fragments, found in old notebooks and folk songs from the mountains. It says that a village once forgot the name of God for 3 days, not through malice, but through a chain of events, a fire that destroyed the books, a fever that took the priest, and a winter that forced the people indoors. By the 4th day, no one could recall what they used to say before meals. They looked at each other across the table in silence. That silence lasted hours. Then it became days. When spring came, half the village had gone, some to the woods, some to nothing at all. Forgetting is not loud. It doesn't come with flames or noise. It comes with gaps, a missing line in a prayer, a page that's blank where a name once was, a gravestone where the letters have worn down, a voice that pauses mid-sentence and doesn't finish. Language itself might survive, but that one name would not, and without it, nothing holds. Think of a monastery deep in the hills once filled with chanting. For centuries, the same sounds, the same syllables, every day. Then one year, the last monk dies. The gate stays shut. Wind moves through the halls. Visitors come and go, but the chants don't return. The sounds vanish from memory, not because anyone wanted them gone, but because no one remembered how they were meant to go. Now think bigger. A world where even the idea of naming something greater than yourself feels odd. People still build, still farm, still speak, but they speak only of themselves, of their works, their needs. They write stories, but the old stories feel like fiction. The name at the center is missing. No blank where it used to be, just a smooth space, as if it was never there. That's what this phrase points to. Not destruction from outside, not punishment, just the final stage of forgetting. When the link is lost, not broken. When no one can recall what used to bind the world together. There's a tradition in some old towns where people light a candle and say a name aloud to keep a soul remembered. If no one lights the candle, if no one speaks the name, that soul fades. Not in fire, not in pain, just out of reach. Now take that idea and stretch it across the earth. No candles, no voices, no memory of the name, not even among the learned, not even in secret. And then the phrase says, it will be over. That ending doesn't have shape. It doesn't have smoke or collapse. It might feel like a quiet settling, like the breath going out of a body that already looks asleep. You only know it's over because it doesn't wake again. There are ruins today with no record of the names once worshipped there. Statues with blank faces, walls with weathered symbols. Gods once prayed to daily, now studied in silence by people who do not believe. Their names lost in dust. This phrase may be saying that one day, even the last name will go, the one still used, the one still held sacred. When that name is no longer known, the thread that connects time to meaning will snap. Not in protest, just quietly. No man shall remember the name of God, not because they refuse, because they can't. And then it will be over.